it's just gonna be way less than vendors.
Right.
And that price discovery is gonna be.
Way less than
location
vendors
specific.
being like,
A vendor is someone who goes on the portal and signs up and produces your business license, but then they're submitting all the information. As an official business with us, or stopping the nursery site. There's competition cost, there's emissions,
what's the difference between working with like a nursery that's already has
It's
the
the
tree
cost.
implement the program
just,
of what, like me buying a tree from Home Depot and then planting that tree.
so excluding transportation costs, labor, overhead. Profitability, all those things, a viable tree can cost hundreds of dollars because it's meeting code. Just the material cost of a tree,
How long does it take for a tree to actually get matured on the plant?
anywhere from 2 to 3 years.
So, and it's well, two, three things. One, you got some of that, this is sort of a program at school in the area rather than having like first grade seedlings, and by the time we're in grade, they can find somewhere.
What we've done is with high schoolers were producing batches of 500 saplings.
Yeah.
Instead of keeping them through summer, they were exchanging 500 immature saplings with a nursery location for a 100 mature saplings. The nursery will happily take a bigger inventory. The high schoolers then have viable saplings to go plant within the same academic cycle. So within one school year, they're experiencing all the stages of the tree life cycle.
The other thing is that, are you guys taking advantage of the state of once in a while, those free trigger rules? Are you guys working on that? What? They do free trigger rules. Wow. State. Yeah, it's a pretty constant program. Because you get contact.
Remember, I know that there are a couple of states, nurseries, and they usually allow, districts to submit, inquiries or requests for saplings, and then they're distributed in.
So this is usually like almost like a Home Depot type of thing, where you can go up and say, hey, you know, I want my tree, they come and really drop it, like a sure tree in your truck bed or wherever you go and plant it. Very good. That's kind of simple.
Well, that would be a perfect example of how this can be. We were, I'm gonna send you a link for 20 saplings.
Good.
These are, rooted saplings, and then Girl Scout troops were spending their community hours potting them.
Yeah.
And now we have a few hundred trees maturing in neighborhoods in Pinellas County and St. Petersburg. That entire operation costs less than $1 a tree.
Yeah.
Currently. So what if we now add Parks and Rec budget on this? So these neighbors, these citizens can literally be paid to, and this is where stable coins come in, right? It's like we receive from the government. We put that towards the smart contracts and we pay citizens in real time as claims are settled. But this is just logistics, right? What you can actually build on top of this in terms of data is limitless. Top of this whole gamification initiative, what we really want is some pilot sites. So a neighborhood that we can leverage to then take it to Parks and Rec or the city, depending on what governing body we want to reach out to, would be ideal. If we have buy-in from a neighborhood association, that's a great aspect.
I can help with that. Yeah. I mean, and we should think about the most vulnerable. So there's a couple of things that come to mind, right? One of them is the concept of the universal basic income. I mean, do you mind moving this monitor over, just putting it over there? David, Daniel. So like if we plant 1 million trees, where do we plant them, right? And a big part of the guess is that it's probably going to be Little Haiti, Overtown, Alapata, Wynwood, for example, like look at this street. Where the hell, like if it rains, of course it's gonna flood. There's nowhere for the fucking water to go. You need hydrology. So if you want to actually maximize that equation, we need to be able to input ingest the hydrology data sets together with the land accounts. And then ask Chat Miami, let's say, the question, hey, you have the plans, this, and that. Now that you know this and you know all these facts, where do we plant 1,000,000 trees? You know what I mean? But for sure, I think that vulnerable communities, I'm a resident of Alapata, of course, I'm interested in helping Alapata. And so I would say, I can talk to the Alapata Community Development Center, the Alapata CDC. And we can set up that meeting this week, we can set up an intro call and see that we can, where we, yeah.
I mean, I could also.
Yeah, okay. And then to your point on the questions of the free trees, and you mentioned a point earlier, which was really interesting. So one of the partners that I wanted to bring in for us with Sylvie is a company called Tree Source. And so Tree Source is currently doing something in Coconut Grove where they're planting this like a cypress, like a Florida cypress tree, or like some species of tree that was native to here, but it's like disappeared almost. So they're trying to bring it back. And you were talking about this earlier, right? So yeah. So we did, I leveraged something like a Cypress drop NFT, Cypress. So because Cypress is one of these like green blue things with a green blue, huge in Louisiana, right? So whatever, right? I mean, sort of moving that direction, right? But I think we're generally speaking. And then if we have a baseline against, hey, what can our savings be? Then we start to really become a way to funnel funds to residents, ideally vulnerable residents or high school students that instead of maybe going to McDonald's to flip burgers, can get paid equally or better, ideally better, right? That's where the what do you say? We do a finding, price discovery.
Yeah.
We got to do a little bit of a price discovery. But my thesis is that we will probably be able to do that. And now that prepares a whole new generation of people that are closer, that care about trees, that instead of being like burning up, are like out and about doing something.
Just two main points just to close this up. One is we need a carbon development plan for the county. Like there's tons and tons of potential carbon. It can be sequestered, and I think there's like an opportunity to tie that carbon revenue with obviously city revenue, or potentially to fund some of these bonds.
Yeah.
And then the other thing that I was gonna mention, what was I gonna
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to present something.
Well, to Jimo's point on the carbon,
Oh,
so
sorry, I remember. The other thing is tapping into the private sector. So a lot of companies here, I think, whether it's submitting labor or volunteers, I think they would happily sponsor trees. If
Yeah.
only they can see their impact transparently, and a leaderboard where they can see where they rank across other local businesses. So just a thought that we can play with, some more gamifiable than others, but yeah, cool.
Right.
Thank you. Cheers.
to Jimo's carbon credit point. I've been talking to the guy that's the advisor to Mayor Cava. He's a policy advisor. So they are thinking about carbon credits and how we capture carbon credits in Miami-Dade. I want to propose more policy and put urgency to it, but I want to show that the urgency means that we can benefit from this and have some kind of structured contract where through the game, through the like game, so this game jam umbrella, we can vend, let's say, this solution set as a citizen science game, be rewarded for the tree planting, and then have a cherry on top, which is the carbon credits, and do a revenue share with the carbon credits. What we can learn from the experience of the Miami shitcoin project was that as the Miami coin project grew, right, the latest Miami coin project, just for the record, because we talked about that earlier, there's been several that have been better in some respects, not in all respects. This one was a big success in some respects as well, to give credit where credit's due. They had to convince the commission to get involved on claiming that Miami coin. So they let it grow. They let it grow. They're like, hey, now it's worth 10K, now it's worth 20K, now it's worth 200K, now it's worth $1 million. They're like, what? You got $1 million in there? What do you mean? Now it's worth now it's worth 2, 3, 10. And by the time it's like $10 million, and they were like, yo, we're trying to give this to you. They're like, shit, let's figure it out. How do we claim this $10 million? Let's figure it out. And then they cared. They're like, okay, we can, there's money, right? The money's there. How do we get that money? And it's a donation, basically, from the protocol to the city, right? So there's a lot of mechanisms that you release, like you don't have to deal with by now just saying, no, we're going to donate this part to you. The difference with the carbon credits is that the asset belongs to the public unless you do it on private land. So this is part of the thing that we need to consider. You do it on a private land and we can claim the carbon credits individually versus public land that maybe falls under the jurisdiction of the county. But what happens then if we take it a step, take that idea a step further, when you have the private, put a private tree on a public asset, right? And that's a little bit of the legal precedent I want to set. I want to be able to set a legal precedent that allows us to plant trees, corals, mangroves, seagrass, right? Into the public commons. But the fact that you have a private person putting a private asset into a public commons for the public benefit should ideally, if we build capacity, and let's say we, either Save Miami and DAO or Miami-Dade DAO or some kind of DAO that collectively we come together and we say, no, these are our assets or private assets, they're for public benefit and they should only be to public benefit, but let's also claim that public benefit now and distribute it that way. And if somebody messes with that public benefit, now we can have legal precedent to say, no, I planted these corals with Priscilla and I put $1 million into those corals. What do you mean? You're going to just try to knock them out, or you struck it with your ship. You need to pay me for that cost and replace it. You can now, because it's a private asset, even maybe put an insurance instrument on it. You see what I'm getting at? But we can now create enforceability in the public commons that is a public benefit asset, because because ideally you have a private person making a private investment in a public goods, in a public common. And that there's not really, maybe this is a question for ChatGPT, but I don't think there's really a lot of precedent around this. And if there is, and we do this the right way, we're then able to not just make money and monetize by creating a regenerative economy, we're also able to create new legislative instruments and mechanisms that help us protect our environment and our investment into our environment, which continues to create this multi-generational wealth for us. So it's a little more complex, but I wanted to draw that picture point so you know how I see this dot connecting. If we get enough capacity right now to just plant more trees, you guys saw this, right? Fairly robust. We can ideally go out next weekend. And if we plant a number of trees that say, guys, look, we have a potentially $1 million worth of carbon credits here that you can claim, Miami-Dade County, that you can claim City of Homestead, they can claim City of Miami, whatever. Then I think that'll force them to be interested to act on passing some policies or some rules. And of course, we need to start thinking about the policy that we're going to recommend at that point. But it's not just a policy recommendation just because, it's a policy recommendation because here's the money. Here we are. We've done the work. Help us claim it. Help us help you. Help us help you. Kind of back and forth. So
within this roadmap, optimizing relocation.
Meta mind.
Within this roadmap of optimizing relocations based on heat intervention, socioeconomic benefits, and overall viability, it should inform this carbon plan. With which ChatGPT, because the alternative is for us to hire a pre-feasibility analysis agency that will analyze this, evaluate this project in the context of carbon. If we can reach something with some level of certainty with GPT, that would be. Let's go.
Okay.
All right, chat. Round of applause.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you for that. That was great. Trees are important. So let's I gotta make everyone up. What's up?
Yeah, sure, whatever. Cool, now, all right, let's, that was really inspiring, you know? It's all about the climate, right? It's all about the environment. That's why we're here. There's not a singular solution for this. There's many solutions. I know, it's a shocking concept. One of these solutions that we have here is Ozone Metaverse. It's a metaverse engine that we've been brewing for 6 years here in the community and worldwide. And it's based on just engaging the users in a similar way as Meta. But the whole premise behind this is that it's decentralized. It's based on the core principles of decentralization, meaning everyone should have a metaverse. Not just Meta, not just us, everyone. So the core premise here is we learn, we create. So I want to show you guys very quickly the tools that we have here. And then I would go to this prototype that we collaborated here with Silvio to build an AI assistant sort of prototype. This is for a colleague of mine, Mo Hassan, who we're building this concept called Spirit Animal. And the concept is this, that is this AI avatar that assists you in the same way as ChatGPT, but it uses here an AI engine. But this is very in a prototype stage, and this is, I think, could be a piece of the puzzle. It also has here a connection directly to Ozone Metaverse. Ozone Metaverse is a highly scalable platform, so I think it's really important that we built this on JavaScript, and I see that everyone here has the tools to really connect this, including with AR Miami, all these different facets. And let me just show you quickly the platform. I won't take too much of your time, honestly. So here's the studio interface. This is our newest tool set. We started out a few years ago, and now we've come very far. The whole idea is this is similar to Spatial, but instead of using the max capacity 50 people, we can have up to 6,000 people. So we're talking here about 3D metaverse engine that anyone can try and build their assets here. We have an asset library. You can upload your own assets. We have an NFT marketplace component, and we're hoping to integrate really all the wallets that are out there. We work primarily on Blockzone. What makes this engine unique for this proposition is that it has real-time type of tools, so we can manipulate the scene in real time. We have API calls that we can connect to any of these integrations, and really think of this as just 3D engine, rather just like Unity, rather than a metaverse or any of that stuff. So, hold on, guys, I think my computer froze here. Let me give it a second, but it's not connected to the electricity.
First world problems.
Yep.
Well, compute. Does anybody need access to a supercomputer? I do.
All right, so apart from that, I can take this, I think I already showed a lot. Basically, like the whole idea here is let's take the front end and the back end, which are from third world countries as well, and let's connect that using these 3D tools. We open our doors for you to utilize this engine completely. And this is not all about, this is about connecting Unity, Unreal, and so forth. And, I really love your concept of having a 3D printing kind of mixed reality station, with AR glass and so forth. So I think, we can definitely play around with the API protocols and work on that. But for this front and back end, I think that, the AI agent is something that we should work with. I don't know. I'm just here kind of showing you guys what we have in store. But the AI agent is built on an open source model, which I think is very important to Miami GPT. And yeah, the computer froze. Let me try to start it, but otherwise, that's it.
How do you, so Paul's been thinking about how do we integrate the Miamiverse with the FI News lab, the GIS biz, the XR lab, I know Paul is looking to put the green up there, your back will see. I've been spending a lot of months with JC, bring up another JC, basically have been seeking up. Been following all the rules around. So how do we start to create this interoperability between what exists in the town government, the city of Fort Gables digital twin, XR, VR, how do we start to? That's the new experience, right? When we do, how do we build? Where do we build to? Where do we go to? Where do we like to?
I think what's important is that, we have this front end, and it's like you said, it's very simple. It's the back end of all this data. We use the NFT infrastructure, we use geolocation, and we just use the same asset pipelines. I think that's like a solid start, With the AI agents, I mean, it's it's all JavaScript, it's all HTML, so like, it would be very easy for us to like just connect it, honestly, So I don't know, I appreciate your time. I won't take too much of the time. I'm trying to.
I have a question. Is there like practical, like if we were to render environments of man, is there a limit to how much we can go?
I mean, it's relative. It's really depending on the quality of the asset, how lightweight it is. There's really no limit because it's all very like highly scalable. So we can render, for example, like a whole city. We've done it before. Doesn't mean we can have all the functionality out of the bat, but the whole point of this platform is to allow you to have that scalability. Yeah.
There's a lot of tools in architecture that we use in AI to visualize things very quickly. Can you connect the AI intelligence visualization to this 3D asset building?
Yeah, I mean that's all WebGL. Like as long as we use GLTF files, we should be good. Like the problem right now with hosting metaverse experiences on like the bottom line level is the server costs are way too high. It's like the reason why a lot of these metaverse businesses have gone out of business is because the cost to host up a Unity server are exponential. So all we have here is a way to cut those costs. And basically it's highly scalable. So all we have to do is really just work with the engineers to develop the assets. And this is a land viewer here. I think this will be cool. For example, if you had a tree here, right? Like, if I could say I want to plant a tree, it opens up the blockchain tool. Blockchain, right? And basically like, it allows you to make your wallet. And it's just an NFT kind of wallet type of thing. But imagine this was sold on NFT. That's what really connects all this infrastructure and so forth. It's I think that all we really have to do is just, start from the beginning and make sure that, we're all like working with the same standard and protocols, which that's why web browser technology is the way to go. Because, if you have to download an application, like a Unity application, it takes away a lot of the accessibility for the users. And yeah, that's, I think the idea here is obviously to create the product. And let's say a reserve of assets. We have also a marketplace NFT component. So if everyone's open to it, it could be a good like engine to use for NFTs because it's built out of the bat for 3D graphics and so forth. Like, for example, we have this NFT mural with Do What You Love, and we have here a 3D asset that we loaded up. Not sure if it's going to load up, but the whole point here is we have an NFT marketplace that has 3D asset functionality from the start. And, and it's geolocation as well. So,
there's like digital kind of digital twin of a building or digital twin of a tree. How do you think about the integration here?
I think like, we just need to start like from the token level infrastructure, like a lot of you guys were saying, you just have to figure out like what's the infrastructure here. And what's the wallet? And I definitely I think soul-bound NFTs are like the right way to go. Because they offer like long-term, like, you know, adaptability and utility. And especially leveraging them with the digital twin model. This is not a digital twin. Like this is basically, think of it like a spaceship, not a 3D engine that we can utilize to render cities at a very scalable and lightweight level. And really the art here is all about how we create the assets. You could, for example, you know, I want to, you know, go into a world here that allows you to have a shopping world. You know, the idea is that we want to build everything out of the bat so it runs on this, but also runs in Unity, Unreal, and we're not going to have a problem with like the asset not functioning one metaverse or the other. So really, this is like a good, think of it as an asset reserve that allows us to test out if things work across other platforms. This is not a metaverse. This is you know, like you know, like I always refer to it as a mothership because it connects all other you know, worlds into it in some form or another because it's highly scalable and dependable. But yeah, that's really I love this discussion. I can keep going, but if anyone else wants to go up, I will love it. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Right, so that's what I'm thinking with like, you know, at least like for this metaverse, which is to have like a digital twin of that and gamify, right? The gamification is a factor. So yeah, that's obviously gonna be the intermediate point. And it's a good moment to pass it on to Juan because the whole idea here is that for this front end kind of interfaces, right? This UI, you want to have the option to do it in a computer screen of VR, or you want to go out and see the real object and put some glasses on. So AR Miami is where it comes to, you know, we use the same information of data, location, and graphics, and we just layer it out, you know, and that's it, you know. So without further ado, this is Juan Carlos with AR Miami.
Hey guys.
Hey.
So yeah, I want to present Air Miami, and it's basically augmented reality platform that it's already in the App Store, so you guys can download it if you want. And the main area that is expanded right now is Wynwood. And the idea is that we have all this data that, you know, in different repositories. And we want to be able to use it, and we want to be able to show it to everyone. So I think that we can use Air Miami and as a way to display this information all throughout the city. And as I was talking to Silvio, what I want to do, the next step that I want to do is use real-time data and connect it to the different databases that we have and display this information.
So context, like how, why I brought that up, and what we want, like, kind of where we wanted to do it, and with some of the examples around it.
Yeah, so we started putting some data already in different places, in different parts of the city. So for example, we want to be able to put some real-time data about the quality of the water, for example, around different bodies of water in Miami, on the bay, in the beach, maybe, you know, CO2 levels at parks and different things like that. And really the question is, what kind of data do we have, and what do we want to display? So I just want to show you guys a really quick example here. And as you can see, this is basically walking around Wynwood. And this is what you would see if you're walking around Wynwood with the app. This is obviously geared towards commerce in this particular version, but you can actually turn off these circles of the different locations, and then you can display different data. So there would be icons on the top there, and you can click on the icon, and that icon would select what kind of data you want to display. So this will be commerce data, so you can turn this off and on, and you can turn on environmental data, for example. And then here, you can actually click on these items that are floating and get information on that particular location. So the same could be done with environmental data. We can have it floating in different places, and you can click on it and get further information. You can open up a web page and click to the NFT that we're talking about, for example, and we can, you can link out to XR Miami, and XR Miami can link into this. So we can have, as the whole idea of interpolation, you can have different. See, so right now, for example, I clicked on Ray-Ban, I got some information on that, and then I can click out into a web page, click out into an NFT, click out into the metaverse, XR Miami. And then, as you can see, for example, I have a little butterfly carrying a logo there. But and this is all 3D. So if you walk that way, you'll see the butterfly underneath you, because everything is being placed in GPS position. So this is not see, like right now I'm walking underneath this sign. So it's not like things are just flat. This is an actual environment, and things are actually in the environment placed with GPS data. So there's just a lot of leeway here to create a whole sort of experience and bring all this data that we've been talking about into the real world. Yeah, so here I have a dolphin carrying the Air Miami logo, flying over Wynwood. So yeah, basically it's the whole idea of augmented reality with the glasses, but since we don't have the glasses yet, of course we do have we have our local genius who has the glasses. So hopefully we can start implementing some of this augmented reality right away. But right now this is running on the phone, and it can run on, and it's an iOS and Android. So you can go ahead and download it if you want. Air Miami, go to the App Store, download it, and go to Wynwood, and you can kind of test out this experience. But anyways, yeah, I'm right now working on the real-time data visualization part of this. So I'm going to be working with Silvio to tap into some of these databases and start implementing some of the data visualization inside of this app. And yeah, then we can connect it to ChatGPT and our GPT Miami. So with XR Miami, GPT, we can start creating a series of apps and front ends for all this data and connect them all together. And I think that will become very powerful presence. Here's, for example, in the beach, and I have my butterfly once again, just carrying the Miami logo. But you can imagine this butterfly flying around Miami Beach, displaying some sort of real-time data about the beach. What that data would be, we would have to, talk about that. But the platform, I think, is there. So yeah, that's it.
Bravo. So some of the things that I think we can. Next, thank you, JC. And JC has just come back from a month in Japan. Konnichiwa. But it's really great, right? So the idea of, okay, let's take air quality data and let's show the air quality data over Miami. There's another pilot we did that shows like when you're walking through Brickell, or you're in the beach through Key Biscayne. We have, we've put like as a sample NFT, like our logo, like the logo's Blue Economy, and then it's floating. And then the other image we put was like, what's the price of carbon over the next 50 years? We sort of made a chart for that. And so the idea is that, okay, that could exist in one way, but if you get on your sailboat and you go around the sailboat, let's say in Biscayne Bay, over the bay, right, or over the water in the ocean where you want to swim, you can get a green light, a red light. We can maybe pull that information from groups like Miami Waterkeeper, right? Or actually, we should be doing a better job ourselves to be the ones that are supplementing the data to water keepers, because they do it once a week. Which they're pretty good, yeah, that's like the main, but we could maybe, if you do, if everybody, if somebody's already out there and they can use their phone in some way to capture air quality data or water quality data, then that becomes even better, right? Or more up to date. So water quality, I think, is an important one for drinking water, for the bay, for swimming conditions, and for air quality, right? Like what's our air quality and like how we pixelate it. And Dr. Biaina at FIU has done some ways to be able to, like, let's say if we go cycling, you put a sensor on your bike or your car and move around Miami, 3D, these other ones can do the same thing. Put a sensor there with the V2X model, and then we can capture that data around different neighborhoods, different areas. So we have a data point almost every day, right? Like hyper local, and then start to interoperate that, and then visualize that ultimately through the Miamiverse, right? XR being one of those ready to use tools. To get it. Yes, public transit, all the public transit should have sensors automatically and feed this stuff to be better. Yeah, the police boat, for example, that's out taking the boat or whatever, that should be captured water quality data while they move through the bay. So we have different points that we either can pull and organize later, right? So, and there's some Jimo. Yeah. So one of the things that we're looking at is, for example, putting Elix, the UN ambassador, as a tour guide through Miami. You know, when we do this Miami tour, and then he's the tour guide, and you switch your character, and then he talks about the SDGs that month, right? He's like the official UN ambassador. For Alapata, it would be a crocodile. I want to do the voice crocodile. Right, because I'm an AP represent. So we want to be able to then, like, take a tour, historical tour of Alabama, cultural tour, in a crocodile avatar with a Miami Vice suit kind of thing, talking about, he's like, hey man, yeah, this is where the big deals used to go down. Yeah, we would, the deals would be going down right here, man. Like that kind of like funny, like Miami Vice style character. So, no, but Jimmy, to your point. Yeah. Well, I think that's one of the first use cases we could be zeroing in on. Is putting the tree data in this and into this. And when we ask the chat Miami, Miami GPT, whatever, hey, where do we what are the urgent neighborhoods to plant the trees? What type of tree? And where should we get it? How do we get that permit? We'll take that to the department. We'll say, give us permission. And in the permission, we incorporate that into the game. So when somebody's going through Wynwood or Alpata or Overtown or wherever, they get a bounty that points them towards where they should be planting the next tree. But that's for like the tree game. So you choose your journey, choose your user experience, choose your journey, green economy, boom. What's my closest mission that I can go? And now based on your geolocation, there's 3 different types of mission you can do, but maybe it's specific to the type of tree that you can plant as well. But for sure, I think one of the first calls to action we do, now that we're all together, you guys are seeing what we have to work with, but what we have is to think about how we take that visualization of the tree canopy information that we have, and then use this to verify and validate what's already there, as well as to guide where we should be planting these things, right? So yeah, I think this should be a fairly direct, straightforward, quick win. I mean, again, I'm leading into Paul here. Maybe Paul will give us some technical guidance on how we think about the interoperability of this, but yeah, and I think that would be one win. Any other ideas? Complete there.
Where you can point at a specific place and give it a prompt, I want to see X amount of trees and this tree, how will it look like? Instead of having to
your point, his point is, if I'm understanding correctly, is let's imagine where the million trees would be and just visualize that. See that? What it would look like, understand it. Oh, yeah. That's the goal. That's the goal. So the Miami verse should be, you know, hey, there's a, and we can get PDF files that are already like the building permits going into the city of Miami. And I can know as a resident, thanks, JC. Can we give a round of applause for JC? JC, I met JC 7 years ago, 8 years ago. I met him a long time ago. It's been a while. I remember when I walked in, Jorge Andres Cortez gave me a ticket, and Jean-Claude gave JC and I tickets to go to a Miami event that was held at the Miami, what is it, in Little Haiti, that big building, Miami, Magic City, building, warehouse type building. And JC was at an exhibit in the back, and it was just about how you can, like, enter a room, and like, how do you like interact with the room and stuff, and I love that. It's kind of a history. All right, cool. So the idea of the Miami verse should be that as a resident of Alpata, for example, or as a resident of Wynwood, I can know, given all the pipeline of plans that exist, either for graffiti art or proposals or new construction that's being proposed, I can already see, and the government too, if you approve everything that's in your pipeline, what does this neighborhood look like? Right? What is this neighborhood? What is the development plans that exist in my neighborhood today, and within a 1 mile radius? How can I know what's on the docket or what's coming down the pipeline in the next 2 years? It's a 2-year process. And then next thing you know, oh shit, there's a 20-story building. What the fuck? What? Here it's happening all the time. All the time. Down the street, I forget the street. You know, we're just talking to Paul and I, it's like we couldn't find the lab because they knocked down like half the corner across the street that would tell us where we need to turn. So we're like, what street do we turn on? Rob?
And basically the government officials, people, architects, were just pushing just the overhead trains, and they kind of buried, literally unintended, unintended, buried the underground. Well,
Must pull out the, yeah.
Why?
Yeah, this is.
Yeah, we're to that tunnel, the one that underneath the main bridge.
The Brickle Bridge.
Yeah, that's what affected, federal to, AMX,
Yeah.
for some stupid reason, and he pulled out a boat.
Yeah, so I think that.
Something to think about.
Maybe they weren't accuracy. So basically, there's one reason to use it. Yeah, put on.
You know, I'm looking more than.
Big thing going on. Now, you know, the water board's being environment, animals, but all that. They're being accused by the city commission. The 2 government boards are fighting, basically, because the water board wants to remove all the trees on their right away, saying that already running to nonsense, like that's what the trees have been for centuries. You know, I was saying, yeah, and so basically, but it calls that, right? You can put the existing trees, right? in an area, and we can see the proposal, the government proposing to remove 40% of the trees in this one area, that becomes much more stark than just having line items. And also visualizing the monetary aspect, unlike our article.
Yeah.
The green areas on the sheet, I can imagine like not southern Colorado, downtown as far as
Measuring the ecosystem service, but
Yeah.
hydrology or capturing water or.
yeah, so it's like that way, if we can capture that, then we can show actually it's a net loss for the community to cut down trees in the water area, even with the hurricane mitigation too, because you're actually getting a negative by cutting down these trees.
And I can project that. I can project that with my climate accounting software and stuff like that. I'm trying to get at.
Then, they can't. So you cut down trees,
Right. So to recapitulate there, to recapitulate on that. Probably thinks it's a really great idea to think about visualization of community proposals that are just, this thought that we're getting and expanding on, anchoring it very specifically. Today is just a line item on an agenda for the city once a week that nobody reads. We can get that as PDF documents, we can get the video of the presentations, transcribe those and drop them into our Miami chat, Miami GPT. I'm using Miami GPT, you can see that, yeah, chat Miami. We'll vote. They're definitely doing it on purpose, probably. They're definitely doing it on purpose. Because they're getting, I don't know, I'm assuming that no city of Miami commissioner has ever taken bribes to this news. We get some laughs in the room. I would assume that none of our politicians. But for the sake of conversation, let's facilitate just to recapitulate Robbie's point, that there's two benefits. One is if we can look at all the proposals for building a new construction that's coming down the pipeline to understand what is our actual what will our built environment look like as it's being proposed, so that the community in an easy to digest way can literally see the neighborhood they live in and understand what's being proposed without having to like do math or algebra or like know the right people or like rub the wrong elbows. And not just buildings information, but transportation planning information. So I think an important point, which is historically created a lot of gentrification and a lot of pain and suffering for the community through public transportation planning, sometimes intentionally. And number three, to visualize the nature-based solution in the landscape, which is one of the goals that we've had with Paul here with this Miami versus, visualizing the seawall or vis-a-vis the nature-based solutions, and then maybe visualizing the economic benefits, so taking them on the natural capital accounts and the ecosystem service models that I want, and then creating a visualization of visualizers.
That's great. People like, since we host so many people on the street, that's such a large group, so many events from here, not just Miami, but the United States. I feel like if we created that aspect, showcase like this, there's one proposed project in Miami, it's gonna like reduce the carbon capture in that area by 40%. That could be something that they can pitch at our event at the Big Point Conference or the next Gamer Conference. So they have a venue because they're not going to necessarily be invited to the city commission to present that. So they need to have a place to showcase their work. We can offer them that talk.
So Pravi's offering some FaceTime for the ideas. Thanks, Pravi.
The government's kind of not being so honest, for water, we just did a green space, walkable green space on Amac. They took out most of the parking lot, turned it on the one guy parking garage now, so it's total control of the price and everything else. really messed up. But instead of actually creating a green space, they took artificial grass.
It's green.
So I think it's simple as that, like, they said, you know, we could bring walking space for everybody. There's nothing really. Yeah. And God, yeah, I think we do the same thing on the, that's the same, you know.
All right, let's, all right, we're connecting the dots, okay, all together. So this is like a bit of the exercise. I know we want to jump straight into like building. I definitely do.
I think we want to allocate all the resources.
Be there. So I think one of the things we need then, Roy, is for you to, let's try to speed up the presentation a little bit. I need you to maybe get on Esri and help us understand what is Esri, because that can help us feed the data that feeds the AI. That's one question. And then let's just get to work. I think we're making a lot of progress on staying on the same page to see all the things I see, knowing each one of you individually, but like all sort of mind knowing a little bit, and then we can first maybe split up. I'm not getting a little bit late, we can move here still, but I think we're hitting an inflection point that is really important for us to just get the baseline. We can get to work properly, know what resources are at our disposal, to get this stuff done.
And so, it's been so incredible listening to all of you, and I'd like to present my project called Infinite Elements. Our festival that we'll be creating to create infinite elements is called Create. And what it's going to do is create a space where people can come together and live. Like all of you could come there and stay there for a few weeks or a month and be able to do things like this all the time. So right now we're all going home and we're coming back, and to create a space where we're creating funds for nonprofits and for projects that are sustainable on a piece of land where we are living sustainable. So it's basically creating a infrastructure for people to see what it's like to live in the world that we want to create. So creating, a small community that grows into a larger community, and using that community as a portal and a hub. So like if this was our communal here, we can come up with ideas and support each other in those ideas with all of our different talents a lot better if we were all together. We were able to work constantly and inspire each other constantly, and moving and outsourcing continuously through art, music, different AIs, reforestation projects. So basically right now, when it comes to Miami, we're looking for land here to use for reforestation and to create a portal that people would be able to come and stay at in kind of Airbnbs or do retreats at, and be able to work on their projects. We have more also projects where we'll be implementing orphan guardianship programs, where we're inspiring our children that are orphans that usually end up in not so good situations when they're older even, to inspire them to live more consciously. And there's like in Brazil, it's like thousands and thousands of children, like their survival rate is 18. So if we create these portals, then also in other countries, the idea would be able to build one of these communities in another country each year. After the first one will take about 2 years, just to, work out any problems we're having or situations, do reforestation, also animal conservation and reintroduction to animals into the reforested parts. We'd basically be focusing and bringing together like everyone's ideas into one joint project, so that we're all, like I don't know anything about programming, so but I have a large network of people that I can reach out to that can support in different projects. So how we can use this by looking for and buying land. If you guys have any ideas of a land location that we could use to start implementing this first project.
What is? Maybe decide upon what specifically, what's gonna be like an experimental, I don't know, sorry. Maybe not.
No, it's all right. That's it's okay. We're not going to more formal. I can take a note if this is recorded. I can just take a note.
Yeah.
And circle back. Are you repeat that one more time?
Which note were you wanting to?
No, I mean, like you said on the bottom, right, they're focused there, they need the land there, what is the trees there.
Identify a site. Just start doing what we want to do. Yeah.
I think so.
Okay, yeah, it's important, yeah, I think.
Yeah, I mean, for me, that's my main focus right now is going to be looking, I've gotten the background for implementing the project. But I am looking for the land and where is the best piece of land and how to get funding and support in buying the land. Yeah, I love that. I love your enthusiasm in it.
We'll circle back on that, right? Because one of the things I think is important, especially vis-a-vis how this kind of dovetails into the refi Miami thing is actually one of the proposals within refi Miami is that we maybe crowdfund a pool of capital and then buy a plot of land. Maybe we can get county. So like, remember yesterday we said there's enough county land that covers 3/4 of Manhattan. We can ask for maybe a part of land, whether it's in Homestead, or whether it's here in multiple. And you know, that we can actually start to really do this, ideally something coastal that's both blue and green, so we can do both.
That's why I want to, there's a lot of land, just as a.
And hopefully we don't need to buy it, we can just lease it or get it on $1 a year from the land, you know, or so that we can use it towards actually developing the project.
There's already a spot, when you drive into the Keys, of the 95, or before you enter the Collabothon.
We have a Google in the Miami, we have a Google Earth that we're sharing, we have a community Google Earth we set up. So let's ask that question on and so hold that thought. And then we'll say, hey, you know, where do we pilot, right? Some of these regen projects, the polymer regeneration projects. And we'll leave that as an open question, and we can, if you have proposals and ideas, just drop a pin in the Google Earth, and then we'll circle back on.
There's already an experiment going on, and it's kind of working. Why not? This people set up now.
Yeah. Actually, I wanna buy that NFT. I mean, from someone, it's hard to freaking get one of, like, it's kind of complicated to try to get one of them. All right, well, yeah, exactly. Maybe it's something to I could think about. Yeah, we will, but yes, we're. Back to it.
So it's back to opportunities with community and culture is also creating a new culture. Like what culture do we want to show to the world and create throughout, you know, expansion for inspiration, and how can we inspire people to make change? So I started this project actually in Peru, and right before COVID, and COVID really threw me off with that one. But yeah, basically one of the outreaches that we have, and we have many outreaches, was we can reforest, but that is really, you know, you're pouring one cup into a sinking boat and then someone else is pouring another cup out. So we really need to also think about not only reforesting, but stopping deforesting.
Right.
So hitting up the main targets of deforestation, which is cattle farming, in some places palm oil and logging. So
Really?
Here it's sugarcane in Nicaragua. Nicaragua has the largest forest after the Amazon. No one ever talks about it. And we're using it largely to cattle.
we inspire people to maybe not to be vegan, just to like give up cattle farming. And then something I was working with cattle farmers in Peru, and actually all of them were signing up and it was working really well, is oh, there we go, is taking cattle farms, seeing what the cattle farmer is making per year, and then changing cattle farms into a reforestation project. So we basically heal the soil by doing hemp, and then we do reforestation and then animal reintroduction back into the deforested land. And the cattle farmer becomes a farmer of hemp and then a steward to protecting the forests that are created. Because in like third world countries, there's a lot of like, you know, there's hunters that go kill elephants, but there's like hunters that go cut down trees. They're worth a lot of money in certain parts of the world. So, you know, how can we use that in Miami? Like what, you don't have the amount of but the amounts of trees that are being cut down around Miami, like, we need to start researching why they're being cut down. Is it for commercial building? How can we protect the bit of trees that are left in Miami that are still big? Like, how do we get them to not be cut down? And one of the projects that we have linked to Infinite Elements, originally it was called the Angels Avatars, and it's a voting system which could link back into the games where people are voting on what projects they want to see done by dollars. So $1 is a vote. So basically you have, you can have the ocean projects, the reforestation projects, any projects that you think, are needed around Miami, picking up trash, whatever it is. And people can just get online and vote like, oh, I want to send the group of people, which were called the avatars, and the angels were the people donating, like angel donors. And the avatars were the people going and do works of the people donating. So you can vote by dollar. So you can get a lot of people just donating because they want to send out your group of avatars to do that reforestation project or whatever the project is. And I think this would be something very easy for us to implement here. And then for getting people's interest, you do a YouTube channel and you have a videographer go with the group of people and they just do a very short 5-minute clip on the project that was completed by the donors. And then you can get a following that way and, have more and more people donating, which is also paying for the project to get done, creating a, kind of a little domino effect with that. So it's something I could be in support of implementing in Miami for Miami projects. Chima?
Yeah, so I think. Retreat having playground for a location that would build a model. And then the other thing, I think we can just touch on what I certainly know because I've heard about this project a lot, is how it's activated with conscious festival. And that's a really thing that we do. This is your bread and butter stuff.
I'm getting into that part now.
Yeah, let's get to the.
Okay. Yeah.
And to people, we should think about refi within, an urban context and a suburban context. Right, because ultimately I think that rural, right? Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but it's worth doing because you have this. The point that I go back to the figure, the big agricultural the figure, and then you big of the video, all the way polluting the. So like. That's coming down the river, through Louisiana, and then going into the Gulf, going down to the town, that's good. Just what you told me with the sugar, yeah. But back to you, I just wanted.
Yeah. Okay, so basically to implement this project and make it go along faster, we can build a community within just a few months. By having our festivals, I'm connected to festivals around the world, so we have, outreach. Festivals. We would have a few months experience that people buy into to come to the property and create the community space. They'd also be holding space there, different people would be there. We have the animal project, the learning center, which is the outreach for reforestation, classes, everything from Yeah, the creating a culture, and we talked about that strategy. The funding comes from like a first time funder. And then we have the festival, and that outreach goes to the orphanage, education center, eco homes, and animal conservation, reforestation projects. And then funding. Yeah, and then the idea would just be to keep building these worldwide so that we have hubs all interlinked around the world, which we can then implement through crypto, tokens, and sharing it between communities and areas for outreach programs. And doing what we talked a little bit about earlier, after we're built, they would be used as like portals. So we have like all the taxi drivers come for a free festival, all the doctors come for a free festival, where we're able to inspire them to live more sustainable ways, plant trees, with the trash. It's just kind of like a portal to outreach.
Talk about, you do several festivals. Talk about the festival, talk about how you think this can lead into that.
Yeah, so I'm hoping.
That's one of them.
Yeah, we're trying to, keep it very sustainable. There's no plastic allowed. We have all vegan food vendors right now, more health-based food vendors. We're doing a reforestation project with Sylvie and Gmo there. We'd love to implement like more, and we're bringing in different talks. People are talking about their projects. We have talking panels. We have a conscious content hub, which is going all day that people can drop in and share their projects. So we're really wanting to use festivals, and there's such an outreach to many different types of people to plant seeds and get people to be able to support more in projects. So we were talking with Silvio the other day about
Yeah, for this weekend.
yeah, for this weekend. That to Silvio, and you can send it out to everybody.
Yeah, or you can just drop it on the WhatsApp. Discord. Yeah, I wanted to talk about vision. Talk about, you mentioned like.
What about it?
Same thing, but if you do something singularly for Vision Festival.
Yeah, I mean, Envision is actually one of the most sustainable festivals already happening around the world. They implement more and more sustainability every year. They've removed beef and cheese from their festival. They are zero plastic, reusables only on lands, and then everything that they do use that is plastic is reused. So, if we have any sorts of plastic bags, there's a recycling center for anyone that doesn't listen and brings trash. They do reforestation during the festival. They have talks, and they have a lot of things already implemented there. So it's a really good blueprint of what we would like to see growing. So it's about 2,000 people go to it, and a lot of people go there to party. All stuff, information and inspiration. Yeah.
And then for all of us to be there.
Right, and they have like a huge property to plant trees and stuff, so I know they have other kind of trees, but it has a lot of.
The goal is maybe if people maybe just want to go and plant trees, maybe we can just go plant trees and not participate. Have to pay, let's say, to support planting trees, or you can get a discount and participate in the whole festival if you want to, and connect or whatever. Up to the community, but. And some of those.
It goes super beautiful there. You can camp, or we have glamping tents, rooms of mansion that you can rent out as well if you'd rather stay in something a little bit more classy. Yeah.
Plus.
Not gonna be like super fast.
All right, so we got Two presentations and we gotta jump in. I'll just show a next one video. Okay. And then, so first of all, and then if we can sort of, do you guys have an idea of kind of teams where to go from these boards? I mean, how do you do that? Like, we remove the boards and walk with feet. And then I'll break out, and then I can try to break out. Do we have, each person log in to the Zoom? Take a corner, or Rudy. It depends, I mean, I'm not sure if, we're playing this by ear, but then we can record the breakout sessions. Right, within that time period, so it all stays, for all 15 and 18 for your next set. 5. Nice. He's like, yeah.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for being here. My speech will be very short and brief. So I am Priscilla DeBrito, the founder of Sea Sirens Design, and basically we produce everything. When I say everything right now, we are a whole entire network of so many departments, but we are primarily founded by creating reefs that are basically a storytelling out of the ocean. These are sculptures that act as artificial reefs. So we first were commissioned by Norwegian Cruise Line, and Norwegian Cruise Line gave us the opportunity to be the proof of concept. We built over 45 sculptures that were deployed at Great Star Cay for their private island in the Bahamas. After that, it was extremely successful, and we found out one thing: ecotourism does work. Why? Norwegian Cruise Line got to pay off their project within 3 months, a little over 3 months. It gave basically passengers the educational and the connection between art and ocean, so it connected both worlds. That's 2. Number 3, it was housing new homes for species in all marine life. Before, when we did a survey, there was absolutely nothing there. Nothing. When I say nothing, I say nothing. Nothing. And then all of a sudden, after a month later, we had resident turtles, eagle rays. I'm talking about an abundance amount of species that we were just basically like really shocked. So from there, we're like, okay, so now that's like stage 3. Stage 4, we had locals coming up to us thinking. And I was like, oh, you're welcome. And I'm like, okay. They're like, no, now we don't have to go to the other side of the island to catch fish. So I was like, okay, now we solved 4 problems. Now we're connecting education, like passengers learning about the ocean. 2, Norwegian Cruise Line is pretty happy. So 3, we had new homes for the species, all levels. When I say all levels, because now we have native shark over there, which first Norwegian Cruise Line is like, you know what, we don't want them. And I'm like, no, this is a good sign. We want that. And then number 4, locals, which that feeds the locals. So I don't want to bore you, but if you guys want to go check it out, you can go to YouTube and watch the video. But I'm going to propose you guys a new project. And I know we're very limited in time. We are about to receive 5,000 miles worth of Sargasso seaweed, and I want to know, what are you going to do about this?
Talk
Okay?
about it.
This is a serious problem. So my theory is every problem, there's a solution and an opportunity. So what kind of opportunities can we use towards that? So 1, can Miami come up with a solution? 2, can we use that as some sort of material? And number 3, avenues. Now we're going to sit back and just watch it coming in on shore. You know that's going to ruin our ecosystem as well, right? If we just leave it there or just clean it out, because that's just going to go, what? It's going to emit what emission, right? Because it's going to release what?
CO2.
Exactly. So are we gonna let that happen? And you know, we have to clear that off because of the turtles, right? And lastly. Exactly. Thank you. So we have a situation over here, but also an opportunity. So I think that if we all put our heads together, we can actually come up with a solution.
When is it coming?
It's right around the corner. Already started. So it's gonna be like. You guys can start seeing it in May. And it's gonna get worse.
Alan, it said that it's like already the main one that we have. And then
Our blue economy venture fund, when I was, trying to get it off the ground, or get the money for it, we were looking at getting actually capital from the government, achieve it, and the president changed that. Pandemic hit, set back. In that process, we looked at, different solutions for the blue economy that we can include in our blue economy consortium here, but we needed that like equity to get the projects to the next phase. That then eventually will let us use them, incorporate them into master plan of projects, let's say for Florida. And then issue the blue bond, right, to like get it done. But we didn't get that VC fund. We still need that capital for those solutions. So we were able to identify a few sargassum startups that take the sargassum and upcycle it into things that are valuable. And UN has been doing research around how we can, I have the information if anybody's interested, of how we can use that for fertilizer.
Well, you could definitely use that for fertilizer, but you also can use that for material.
Right, right.
Different grades, there maybe like, if you research a little bit, like a lot of beauty products are made from seaweed. So.
Yeah, beauty products, all kinds of stuff there.
All kinds of stuff. And then also, can you use that for building material?
Yep.
You know, when it's dry, you know, can you use that for, instead of placement, use it instead of sand, you know? When I make place sculptures. So that's what we're doing right now. We're testing that out. I do use hemp. Now we're gonna be using bamboo. Yeah, and then, I use oyster shells as well as coral calcium. I am open for new materials. If anybody has materials that you want to play with, you know, come by my hangar. I'm in Fort Lauderdale and it's not underwater. It's, yeah, so we do have an infrastructure problem. We all know that, but like if we come up with some sort of solution with what's happening or about to happen, and you know, we're moving towards something, you know, bigger than we thought. So I thank you guys because you know what? I need brains. Brains. Okay.
Last dedication. Last decision. You guys gonna start getting into the needs you guys might wanna get through there.
So like, I want to say like a lot of people in this room, like we've known each other for many years, but every journey starts, you know, someplace, right? So the new friends, like welcoming you into our little group, like the backstory, a lot of like Paul, he basically, I met him, we did a great Windward drone race, he did like underground nighttime drone race, MPV, people thought it was like UFOs everywhere, right? And like he came with a VR camera and like, anyways. There's Juan Gallo, he and I were neighbors at the Maker Fair. He had the booth next to me, right? And yeah, so there's always like, I'm looking forward to great stories with you guys. So I'm gonna show you what a game jam is, to see an understanding. It's basically like a hackathon, but they're non-competitive, right? So you're encouraged to work with people around you. And it's not like technically focused. So like there's a lot of opportunities of artists, sound designers, storytellers, you know, so definitely don't feel like intimidated like that. And we do teach during the game jam, we have breakout sessions like an hour long each, different rooms. Like I teach low code, no code, a lot of, you know, node based development, right? So just drag and drop different things around to showcase that. And on my YouTube channel, we have a whole playlist of previous like sessions we talk, so you can just watch those ahead of time if you want. But also we teach like how to use game engines for filmmaking. So how to use like Unreal Engine to make an augmented reality movie. So that's all. And if you really get into it, like you can actually be in one of our movies. We've done a lot of zombie films. We get like Renaissance fair actors and stuff. And they're, you know, we're a little bit of comedy as well. So yeah, you'll have a good time. So let's see this. I use Twitter as a repository. I have to search my own stuff.
That's a cool wall. There's a new room at FIU that enables interactive learning. And we might be able to like, you know, right, my voice at the table is all of our voices. Anyway, by the way, right, especially with the great. So all we do for
So here's Miami. It's my innovation department. They give us all the access technology improvements. And you also get free haircuts from us. So you see, like teacher, we want bigger winners. So, 3D home type thing. Yeah, so I mean, I'm point out, you know, when I'm pointing out, like, a typical hackathon, right? Everyone is like gathered around a little table, they're not talking to anyone else. Here, yeah, they have projects they're working on individually, where they're all helping each other as well. Like that artist live painting, he's working on the art for a lot of different projects as well. So it's very collaborative environment. And then we create the website, like this is the May the 4th Be With You Sci-Fi Game Jam. So this one was the winner for our Unreal Engine track. And then we post that forever, basically on our website. It becomes part of the portfolio, because on the portfolio, they just like a film festival, right? They get the award too. They actually been using that for years, right? As the, you know, I won something, but as a cool thing, not like bragging about it. So this, like, you know, he made just during the game. It's pretty cool. Like with Unreal Engine, this is zero programming. So Unreal Engine is really good for like. What he did with during the game jam, he would artists to help them on the project. I love. It's like this all artists. And if Star Wars is what the Star Wars is able to do, you watch Star Wars. And then I want to show you like what literally and we're talking about real world games too. Obviously, some of this is in real world, but what we do is it's a concept called the physical, right? So, you know, the game jam just to start, right? You create the concept of the game jam over a day or a weekend, and you're encouraged to take it further, right? So you don't stop the game jam. Typical is like hackathon, you know, you kind of don't go much further after the weekend, right? You kind of forget about the project. The point is to win something. Right? That's not what we're trying to do. You actually want to create something that's going to be really cool. So this is actually what it looks like when you're day out. This is the VR video. This we did at UC Irvine, California. This is a game jam for empathy and kindness. So basically the prompts we have, characters in the game have to show how they understood someone else in the game. So this is like a 2.5 hour video. I'm not gonna play it all, but then you can see, like, for example, like one of the characters is like loses their subway pass, right? And they have to, like, you know, and you get points for like offering them help to get home. Basically. It's not like a typical like shooting kind of situation. And this is all like it's this is like the UC Irvine like esports stadium as well. So they can just like, you know, flip around. And the interesting thing is, you're not going to notice this professor that hosted them. You can zoom in, but like he actually transitioned, so he's a she now. Changed his name to the. I'll tell you his new name later on if you want. And then afterwards, this is what your project looks like after you. So this is like, I made a, this is in San Diego. There used to be a game design college here. They didn't survive COVID, unfortunately. So museum I did there, I made a VR robo game, kind of like chase a shooting star in a landscape. So it was the gun category, the non-violence category. And you know, you kind of like you have the team and all that stuff. And so what I'm saying is, if we apply to be a global game jam location, then we get like. We blame Elon for this. So this becomes part of your portfolio, basically forever, and people forever, if they search for you, they can see your cool project. So basically, you know, we have put this downloadable links as well. So we can actually just download the project if they still have that headset from back then. Everything. So I still get a lot of like hits on this. And that's it. You know, I mean, like, there's obviously a lot more that goes into it, but like, promised you short.
All right, Bob, let's get us some call to action here so we can.
Yeah, the call to action is this, you know, you want to, so when we do something, right, we want to do it at around time. There's a lot of activity, excitement. Like, you know, you're talking about like anti-art fossil, but we can make use of that excitement because a lot of our friends come from out of town. We have a huge presence in Las Vegas, LA, San Francisco. When they come here, they want to go to art, but how many art museums can they go to?
Right.
And they want to hang out with friends from our film tech community and like even the experiences, like we call it the White Lotus of that realm, so no one gets murdered, right? In our experience. Maybe the alligator might do something. But, and that's kind of like, well, we've had a really good time doing that because when we host film festivals here, like the Miami Science Fiction Film Festival and stuff, we're really known for really taking care of the people who come. So all the sci-fi filmmakers, like we're #1 in India and China. So all the Chinese, Indian, and indie sci-fi films, they launch here in Miami of all places. You can go like whole Bollywood film sets. Anyway, so we're taking like airboat ride, we're taking South Beach. No film festival does that, but you know, that's kind of what we do. So I think it's create that experience. People come from out of town, your friends and stuff. And then when they come, you know, we can let them be speakers, or let them present their projects and really take the Miami vibe back with them. So we actually have that ongoing relationship with our friends from there too. So here is, like, you know, you get up in front of everyone, you pitch your project, right? And then you try to attract people to your team. And that's the only thing that's competition. The rest of the weekend, you're collaborating together, right? So that's what everyone did today, right? They came up here and they pitched their project. Right? And you know, it's not like a sign of disrespect if no one was taught to go to the project, right? The fact is, like, you also have an opportunity to work on someone else's project as well. So it's like a two-way street. And, and you get, it's feedback as well, if, you know, just people decide not to, even if you have I learned this from Alfonso, one of the people in the WhatsApp chat. You know, I used to be very competitive, you know, and he helped me out grow that. Because I noticed he was coming to all these hackathons and we bring Microsoft Connects with him, but he was just doing his own thing. And I realized what he was doing, he was competing against himself, right? He wasn't worried about anyone else, which was super helpful for every other team. In the end, those are the only projects I remember now, because he kept working on the same project every hackathon, right? So he literally had a lot more time on topic than anyone else too. And since he wasn't worried about winning awards or anything like that, he barely ever presented. He just did it, you know, and in the end, he made something cool. He changed a lot of lives too. Yeah, so basically, you come up here, you pitch your project, try to attract a team, and the team itself, you basically share the credit. So it's not like it's supposed to be like a startup type thing. And the other thing I want to do is, since we are very involved in the startup world, is, for example, a consensus, right? We're the mentors for their startup ecosystem. And we're here at Quantum conferences, we host all the startup mentor and pitch contests. So I think the other thing we can do is people come to Miami or wherever we're based, is we can have that contest, like the pitch contest, or 5 times people show their features, and our community here can be the jury panel. I don't want to call them judges, but just like our jury stuff. And the prize is their product or feature can be used like your like ecosystem, right? So that'd be like good win-win, because every startup, every company out there, you know, it's not about building the project, it's about really hacking growth at that point too. So a lot of them have projects done for years, no one's using it. So I think it gives them an opportunity to showcase at the premier startup place in the world now, Miami, the local Miami community, the city of Miami, or some project in Miami is using it. And that's actually worth a lot more than money, right? Because they give them validation that someone might be using their stuff. And it's helpful for us too, because for us to get where they are, they've been spending years. So that's it.
Is there any sort of data or
Yeah, it's a very good on these ages.
God bless you. You want to do it for one time? Last time.
yeah.
I'm sure that's, yeah.
So we were gonna have.
I got a question, guys. I didn't cover the topic yet, but it's down to housing. And I'm really good, this is like a few, about the ongoing years, and then here's taking it all in. And so one of the things that has been joining on for a long time, is a few people that, you know, same circle. We've been doing like modular homes, specifically on. They call them tiny homes, but they're really not tiny homes because they're trying to use material that's not steel, because most of the steel is coming out of China, like 98%. And then Gary, we have a factory in Gary, but you know, we can't produce these houses the way they're produced in China. They're producing like 500 houses a day, where we're doing like 500 a year with the different eco-friendly
Material.
Yeah. So it's pretty we're building, right? And so we're thinking, like, we're doing on the high rise, right? So we're thinking, So I guess my question is like, how do we balance and say the land, water, the air, the whole process? So what kind of like phase? But it's really part of the problem that happens with the common for all, you don't know, inside of the range. But I guess we're going with the question is, what do we do? I'm listening to everybody speak. We're, as I'm listening to everybody speak, what's happening is like, we're building, right? But after we saw what happened with the floods, like, last week. What's the point? And that's my point, like, what's the point of building?
Right.
You know what I mean? Or should we start building water base? Or should we start building like islands like we do?
I mean, my vision is definitely this idea of floating islands. And I'm glad you mentioned it today, because people usually are like, I don't even talk about it, because people already think it's crazy enough as it is. But I think it's feasible. Material science isn't there yet. So the second phase of that blue economy fund is like thinking about material science investments that help us get towards floating cities. Right? Yeah. I'm a UF alumni. Oh yeah? The art program? Yeah.
Floating every single day. Literally in material science. How to apply that to big scale projects, and they have a community outreach, so they're open to this idea.
Oh, yeah?
So we have two.
We leverage that.
We have two academic institutions that have the scientists and the resources.
Well, let's talk about this, because that's like I think if I can get enough wins with this one, Chat Miami, which I'd love to try to get an MVP tonight. If we can get enough wins going for people to show like, hey, this guy's delivered on his, like, what he's thinking, he proposed, and he like helped get it done. We get baby wins. Ultimately, I wanted to go towards big wins. So when we're like, it's time to do this here, people are like, well, he did all that other shit we thought he was crazy about. Maybe we pull off the floating island underwater, even underwater city. We have the floating islands technology, but I'm really thinking about underwater cities. And I have some of the blueprints that I'll share with you. Prof.
Keep stuff flying and light. You find some of this, you start seeing one of us do everything. So then you're 2030, you go to the office and he's working here. You paddle going to the office, so you basically you're in your suit, you paddle going to the office, so. Like, I think that's what mine is known for. So I think we keep it like that. I mean, it's still good data, right? Like keep it in a way that's like conforming to that fun.
Are you playing something? No.
You need that. Yeah, so if you guys have a nice boat, you get a paddle boat, that's down the road. Very good.
All right, so who wants to work on the Chat Miami, the data hub? We have a fork for the data hub. We'll upload the data later. What we'll do is, because we've kind of, our time has sort of shifted, it is what it is. What we'll do is, let's extend maybe the goals of our build through the weekend. So part of our original plan anyway, but they're like, I tried to really limit it to just 2 days, so we can get some 2 successful days. But I also just want to give like a little bit of a relief. Like either take a break and leave or stay. But I think a big win can also be like a Chat Miami and some rudimentary level of a Miamiverse to get going. But if we don't get it done in the next couple hours from here to midnight, no pressure, we can extend it. But the Miami Datathon concept especially is like, we aggregate some of these greenhouse gas data. How do we start to track that information or create algorithms that use that information to get new insights? And I got a promised bounty of $6,000 from Ocean Protocol. I put the air, how they hosted the air, a datathon to be able to visualize air quality, ask different information on the air quality to get new insights. If you're open to this, maybe we can connect. I know Priscilla can't tomorrow, but maybe we can connect tomorrow evening. Do another like little sprint, a couple hours in the evening. I don't know, like sort of what your responsibilities look like. I'll probably be working throughout the day. I think so, but we can also then like the just like the game jam philosophy is that this is not the end, this is just the beginning. I think we can have an MVP that's usable and we'll continue.
For example, for a chat, we can go properly tonight and showcase how we got to that useful answer, put it as a PDF, right? And that's our end deliverable for the weekend is the PDF that we use to train to use ChatGPT in an effective manner for the Collabothon too. And that way the PDF is easily shareable and it's useful. The just copy and paste PDF, it's ChatGPT out of the box, it's not that useful. Prompt engineering is a real thing.
Right.
And that's something we can finish tonight.
Yeah.
And the other thing as well, that you missed a shout out, so. Watch the play.
No, yeah, I wanna, so maybe like the goal here is that if you have this, I wanna go back to something that I think was a new paradigm for me, with you, Prop. Of if we're all one team and we're just working on a few different things and we like, okay, cool, like we be part of it to this, part of it to that, but really they're all woven in. Bam, 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 they're all like one, it's a one string that ultimately lets us understand either the back end or the middle or the front end, right? But it's really all one thing. Then you know, I'm gonna really ask to the Oceans folks, like, all right, well, it's like a shared bounty for all of us to sort of like figure out, or like maybe some people do the bulk of it and they get ahead, but it's something to think about.
Otherwise,
I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. I'm gonna stay here through the weekend until like the morning and then go to tomorrow.
so I think like.
But I just wanna like kind of like
continue it later.
relax.
Something that was a legitimate stopping. So we know when we're done.
What do you see as the best minimum lovable product to deliver today?
I mean, not minimal, but it's still something useful.
Well, yeah, it has to be useful, I think, to be minimum.
I mean, I think something that gives us next steps. Something that gives us next steps, sort of like a roadmap, it's like a product roadmap. You know, I think that would probably be the most feasible thing is just identifying exactly what we want to accomplish. And basically just also learn who are we going to delegate what to. You know, I think that would be really helpful.
Yeah.
And it'd be something feasible we can do tonight, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, just my opinion. And we could break off the different components of things and get people to, you know, isolate their efforts.
Let's say that we're able to do 2 hours a day through Earth Week. That's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. That's 10 hours. Right? I think that basically gives us a really huge ability to by Friday night say, hey, here's a product or here's something. The green economy game, the blue economy game, the chat Miami. Right, and maybe it's a way to visualize a seawall versus the nature-based solutions in VR and AR. Basta, right? That's what I would like to see.
And they're going to trees,
And then the week, so we come Friday night, we say, hey, look at what we got. And then the weekend we go celebrate it.
I like that.
By going to the beach and, you know, doing a pickup with you. And then like relaxing and saying, hey, we did it. And then we go for drinks. I'll treat everybody for drinks. And then we go at Fireflies. And then we go plant trees at Fireflies. And now we also created the content of the docu-series that shows that progression and the like actual like product in the end. So then when we release this now to the community, I like Gmo's point of, hey, like maybe we have this as a little bit of internal, sure, if you want a beta, it's a beta, but it's not a finished product, it's a beta.
Even next week, we'll have new content, new PDF, new databases. It's not like we can build an MVP API.
Yeah,
But really, we still need to curate the metadata and stuff. I say it's the drink, do some terms of fireflies.
Yeah.
all those that favor the motion say aye. That's a majority.
No, but on a serious note, if you know a school, a backyard, a sidewalk, a neighborhood.
I have a backyard.
HOA, anything. A KML file, a name, a KML file, an address, coordinate, a zip, anything. Add it to the WhatsApp group, or we can create a dedicated Miami reforestation group or something.
Okay.
To reforest?
Not just.
That would lead
Just
into
a
a
need,
pilot
you know,
site or.
Okay,
Oh, okay, we're continuing.
yeah.
I was talking about identifying places.
I have a strip of land in my backyard. That has. She has some backyard,
Backyard, I would say propagation, like.
but I have a strip of literally soil that's like bare, not doing anything, and I used to have plants there. That I would really like to do and open up to the community to like have like a slight, like whoever wants to be like, hey, you know what? You're gonna come, like whoever's an urban, right, neighbor, you guys get keys to the backyard. And you can come in and be like, all right, this strip,
It's not like you need to come every day, huh?
no, once a week, once a
You
month.
tell them to water if it's potted plants, if it's a tree, it will survive after.
Well, my point is, it's there and it's urban, and then we can work towards. If we can show how that little strip works, I can try to ask for another open land or public land in the neighborhood. But at least we can show it to the Alapata CDC and say, look, guys, this is like an example. No. Well, let's look at policy around that. There is nothing. In a perfect world, we would have agroforestry parks in a hyper local level, every neighborhood. And that agroforestry park would let the elderly, the retired folks make money, yeah. Make money. Yeah. I've heard of Eel the Earth. So let's make an inventory, right? If I don't have to like my philosophy is if I don't have to reinvent it and we can integrate it, that should be the default. Yeah. But for sure, like we at least have some of this, but I want to get at the food security issue. I think, Gmo's, his focus right now is a lot of reforestation. What is the agroforestry acronym that the UN is using a lot? OFUS, some like kind of like, it's like agroforestry and it's like, yeah. AFUS. I'll circle back on that. But they're talking about like agriculture and reforestation kind of like packaged together, right? So one of the issues that we have, assuming we go into World War III, or assuming we even don't go into World War III, is food security. And where Gmo's at, especially, and this is something I'd really like to pop you up to and Ashley Shiver, which is not here, as an important ally for this. It's that we need to stop the development of the boundary line. It's the only tropical area in the whole of the country for tropical foods and fruits and this kind of stuff is in Homestead. Homestead could provide food for a huge part of the country if we would be like in a massive emergency, but we want to tear it down to build a parking lot. Redlands, Homestead, money, corruption, different reasons.
So crazy. I watched
You're seeing. What? So anyways, to that point, I think that all of us could, let's say, hear me out for a second, Daniel. Here, let's say all of us that I know are in different neighborhoods. If all of us can adopt a plot, right? Maybe Maria can make it in her backyard. Maybe we can do our own backyard as a baby pilot. Let's do a balcony even, okay, as a baby pilot. Then we say, hey, we did this baby pilot. Let's use that data. And let's ask for a plot of land that's close, that maybe belongs to the county or the city, depending on which city you guys are in, or the county you're in for that matter. And we start that propagation. More importantly, that I think can prove the elderly can maybe go and support us. Like they're bored at home, they want to be, and the kids, maybe some parents can't afford to take their kids to daycare, they can help the elderly. And now we have like a food market every weekend. People can come and buy the food or sell the food, and that becomes an economic engine. Yeah.
They already done a whole. People at certain times and they're growing vegetables because they got. So maybe like a big event to that they had. And she's a data. So
Okay.
Miami's gonna get some hundreds of dollars, thousands of dollars. We could.
Our Refi Miami project, yeah, should.
Well, in addition
We
to.
can approach the community for. Establish a very small application, like a small nursery, and source of staff.
But to tie it all together though, I think what we can do, Silvio, since we were talking about transportation. Public transportation at the metro rails and at the different areas that have those pieces of land underneath. I think if we work with Uline and we can use that area underneath the metro rail system.
Yeah.
So. Killing like 3 birds with 1 stone. You got the elderly that will take public transportation, you have the green plots of land. And then there's already with Uline, there's already development that started.
Oh, the underline, yeah.
The underline, sorry.
No, that's fine.
So with the underline.
Which I'd love for you to help us reinforce, because I told, and my
Just
one.
implement that.
My one suggestion to him yesterday, both Doug and I live in Alapata, was please help us extend the underlying project. Maybe we just visualize
That's what
it.
it is.
We just visualize it.
That's what it is, right there. Adding it.
Don't they have that in the plan?
They have a project where it's extended to. Yeah, yeah.
I haven't.
Color Bay, right? It's going to Color Bay. What else? Yeah.
The transportation smart plan.
Yeah. So implementing garden and gate like this to happen, so it creates employment too, because now you have somebody that's going to be manning.
Is gardening and giving back.
That's perfect. I think it's.
It's been trying to do that, but there's not how the resources and skills to, you cannot.
We are going to see. No, I mean. And it's we're the resource, we're here now, so we might as well just. Before everybody leaves, can I get a picture with everybody at the,
Oh yeah, let's take a group picture here really quick.
I got it.
And maybe we can get, if you want to claim the pull out that we have to the end of the week, and then have some more time, we can send a link out. If not.
I'm gonna take it. Who got the best camera?
We got a drone. Huh?
You got the timer phone or not?
I have a timer on my phone, but I. Yeah. Your phone over here?
Yeah. No.
Why?
It's about to die, yeah.
I'm a good one too. Hold up, with the timer, is it slow-mo or time lapse? It's time lapse, right? Yeah.
No, I mean,
Hey,
like.
Paul. But it's much higher quality next time.
Oh,
With the timer.
okay, yeah. So let's try that. Are you gonna do that?
Oh, right, good morning.
You just made a dog.
Alright, my phone will die if we don't do this quickly, huh? Look, are you taking with that?
So we all give them a minute.
Yeah, I really didn't see how it could be talked about, you know? Like that's back here, right?
Yeah, this is like the next one.
What we're talking about.
Tomorrow, from mañana. Because the X-Men's going on. You know what he's gonna say, review? Looks like X-Men, right?
SD card for data.
The pilot, he failed. Yeah, no, I mean. What do you mean, no one? It's magic.
Yeah, don't get it.
People watching what he's doing right now.
Yeah, it is a bit much. So yesterday, I think I love the using the storage for the question. I love that, man. That was really good.
Yeah, I stopped this on the plane to Vegas.
Nice, huh? Imagine like the beach cleanup. And so we follow them. The difference between theory and practice. Yeah, it's a nice idea, but yeah, I don't know. Like changing the fucking. Hey Patrick, where you at? No.
All right, are we coming back?
Here. Right now.
All right, yeah, we're taking a quick break. Probably a couple hours. Hey, bro, there's only now.
Hello.
It's taking a lot of work to get here.
I think for. I'm not sure what kind of work it is. After here, I feel like there's been a lot of brainstorming, but now it's gonna be surgical, like.
That's good.
And I don't-
Good enough.
I would. Feel like I had the best opportunity yet to do that movie and that you guys want to hack on that stuff more than that.
Maybe, because that'll help Sylvie, right?
Yeah, if you can figure out how to leverage GPT,
Maybe we can do something tomorrow.
but even for GIS stuff. Because Google is releasing all types of land use, land cover models, but can GPT interpret color, like vegetation on a. If we could identify.
Hey, Patrick, what's up? Good, brother. What are you up to? Are you able to join us? Even or virtually on you on the Skype on the Zoom link? Okay.
So I think what we should do is probably just.
Yeah.
I think- Hey, guys, everyone, thanks, everyone who's still here. I just wanted to.
All right, I'll wait for you on the Zoom link.
Who is interested in working on what?
I'll share with you right now.
So who could like tonight, you know, obviously some people left, we don't have everyone here. But just identify who is gonna, who we're gonna speak to these different. And yeah, it would be great. We'd also maybe isolate some goals. Identify some goals for this week.
Yeah,
For
if
each
you want,
project.
before you leave, maybe grab a marker, go to a wall, go to one of these whiteboards, just put your name somewhere. Right, bottom right corner. And then maybe we can take it from there.
Yep, sounds good.
Yeah. Do-
Yeah.
Okay. All right, anybody who stays now gets extra goodies.
Oh, like.
I don't know, like Maria, Juana. The bonus, everyone obviously gets a pull out just to participate. So you? You messaged me on LinkedIn, I'm like, "This is Destiny, maybe." Somebody that's strong, but take you out of your. Yeah, you're making important, the person that doesn't, then one be more. We're working on. That's what, that's the thing I think. And then beside that, I think that a lot of. And this is just not what they do. I'm not, I'm just saying, I know enough of them, so that they're not, for long enough time.
I'm sure over time we'll all like wondering about working more on, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's that attitude of like, not now, but later.
Next thing is the property owners and project with isolate, but they're also going to be merged with things like, you know, things like that. Yeah, I agree.
So let's get everybody to practice because I think that everyone learns.
Yeah.
So I think that.
Yeah, that's with our logos. Yeah.
Try to get, let me see if I can get, There's some couscous and stuff if you wanna, whatever there is with food, I don't know if you. Okay. Okay. If you want a burger. Where? Check Le Chic. Other side, other street, Le Chic Burger. They might have something, they might, no, not everything, but they might have something. Then, yeah, it's really fucking, one of the best burgers in Miami. The other one is, one of the other best burger places in Miami is, what's that other place by the railroad? You know? It might be, I'll look it up. They close at 10, they close at 10. Maybe. They have the Google thing, bro. Okay. They're closing. Let me find the menu for you. Yeah. No, they don't have a vegan burger. Yeah.
I didn't see it on there.
He's the Flor de Caña bottle. It's so funny. Doug has a Flor de Caña bottle in the picture. He's fucking loyal, bro. Yeah. Yeah, but but because he's been like, yeah, and he's been like a really big supporter. He loves it. Doesn't really have anything to happen. He's a really good guy. Also commenting on something going on. I guess I'll fit in there. Where? So put your name somewhere. You gotta put your name somewhere. Oh, yeah, bottom right. And then we're gonna start coding the chat Miami. We're gonna do a chat Miami.
I'm not gonna stay up and I hear this. We're done. Okay. We gotta, leave it at the Congress.
We're close to the family here, especially. Hey, that was a nice email.
I'm gonna do it for Rob.
Yeah,
I usually do that, that's kind of.
that's nice, bro. Thank you. Just add my name. Doug and Sylvia.
They know it came to my email.
No, but like that we both.
I agree, I said, hopefully, thank you for the opportunity that I'm doing. I'm making you in the bottom. Right?
Oh, you did?
So you didn't read it.
I did,
was
but
nice.
no, it was great.
Well, then how did I see it?
I mean,
This is the first thing.
really? Yeah. No. No, but don't just address it to me, address it to them as a part of it.
I literally said, hey, team.
Yeah.
I said, "No." Sylvia, thank you for offering my opportunity.
Okay.
Matt,
Yeah,
that was amazing.
yeah,
There's no need for it. Because I've already.
you did that, you did the thing.
Trust
Okay,
me.
okay.
I
That's
got
good.
it.
No, I looked and I was like, that's awesome. I wrote back. I'm like, I sent it just to you. I'm like,
No,
dude,
I got
that's
it. I
good.
already-
You got it? I'm like, yeah, that's good, bro.
When you get a big garbage can. Have you know how close the rocks in the game, but it's really not. Like, I'm really not.
Patrick.
How's it going?
Let me see if I can hear you. Hey, Patrick, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hey, you joined. It's official. What are you saying? Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah, late to do work, have fun at the same time, yeah. Should feel like college. You did that, you did the thing. Okay, okay. That's good. No, I looked and I was like, that's awesome. Is that me? I wrote hearing myself? I'm like, I sent it just to you. Like, you got it? I'm like, yeah, that's good. That's so weird. I just heard my own, because we're doing the YouTube live. That's wild. Patrick, we're taking a little break. So let me give you a quick update on what's happened so far. I think it's pretty important. Is we went through a bit of an update here. No. Oh, guys. All right, so this is the board for the Miami Climate Data Hub. We talked about what we have for some of these assets and what we need for some of these assets. Oh shit, Lloyd, you didn't give the Esri presentation. Yeah. So we prioritize a couple of things. The Chat Miami GPT is the first sort of product I think that everybody's identified as important for us to use internally. Even for our own figuring things out of like, what do we do to prioritize our game jam? How do we even roll out the game jam? Ingest the data that we have of public data of information there. Think about prosumerism as our goal. How do we produce more than we consume? How do we have behavioral change through games? How do we get feedback loop from the user journey to make sure that we improve things? Green economy, planting the 1 million trees, the 1 million mangroves, 1 million corals, and doing beach cleanups as part of what we can do with the blue economy. Using the oceans tokens on the blue economy and the different types of eco credits that they can get. And then there's of course some of the different teams like marine biodiversity, etc. We talked about then the bottom right, we put some of the people that are volunteering for those teams in general, right? And some of the goal being that we want to get like emissions data and environmental data. Then, right, the Climate Collabothon's goal of first doing the climate data hub, enriching it with the game portion, and then ultimately displaying that information with the Miamiverse, right? How do you understand the proposals of the community that they have, that they want to do, whether it's nature-based solutions or construction or permits or whatever, tree planting, transportation plans, so that residents are able to visualize what's actually just a line item on a docket, on a video file that's being presented at the city. So they can really start to understand the implications of the plans that are being proposed in a visual way. Right, so anyway, that's a little bit of that. That's a little bit of that update that I wanted to give you. So you're aware of a little of the takeaways from the day and a little bit of our work plan. And then, of course, like in the bottom, you see that there's a timeline, right? What's a timeline that we need? Right now, the Chat Miami will be internally used by us ourselves to understand how we can use it to gather more intelligence and improve our planning for the other objectives that have been stated. And yeah, and then at least we would have a really nice usable product for the community. That would be for a great community benefit. And I think that the Miami chat is going to be part of that.
All right. So for my part of it, we'll be working on like the data marketplace still, or yeah.
Yeah, because I don't want you to have to get up to speed or cut learning curve on anything. You've already been working with me the last month to get that part, figured out. So it's like, all right, we have the data sets. How do we upload the data sets into our MVP of what we've already forked? Where do we host that data to start? Because our friends with the protocol haven't gotten back to us. So do we make our own, say, Miami Market, host it on the website? Tell me what we need to do to like get it up, right? And then what subscription? Maybe we do the data. What is it? Data hosting service. But yeah, basically it's just that same idea with the data hub. Let's tackle down the data hub. Let's do our fork of the data hub, and then from there, that's going to allow me to build the API for the Chat GPT to pull from our data hub. Does that make sense?
So we need to like host it on one of our devices to the internet, and then we need to connect it with the data hub.
Can we host it online so it's not on any one of our devices?
Yes, I think we could. Exactly how? I think there's different services like DigitalOcean, which is like a business like cloud hosting service. I think a lot of the ones that they use in Web 2 should be sufficient.
Okay. You want me to set up a DigitalOcean account?
I have one that I used for the hackathon in February, but the problem is like you get like 3 free months of credits, so maybe it'd be a good idea to like set up a new one and use some of their free credits.
Okay. Have an account. Let me set it up now. My card.
No. That can look right.
Hey Priscilla, you got any medicine on you? I don't know. You said yesterday, I got medicine for you. So I was like, what? Preferred. DigitalOcean start free with $100 credit. Can I do with this, Patrick?
Yeah, I think that's a good way to do it.
It's always like that. The people that can't make it should always be able to Zoom. Like Patrick, one of our VIPs over here. So after 7 to 9, so like you have some time.
That's the thing, like.
You got the picture? No.
Which ones? No. But let's leave them for now, because we're still working. And then there's some questions in the back of that one.
Oh, wait,
No, but it's good, you got them, that's good. You got them already.
Can I?
Yeah. Not today, not in here, especially not in here, especially not after whatever influence you came in happy as fuck here. Yeah, you're happy, man. I'm happy to see that. Okay. He has to join the Zoom. This is the Zoom link. Does he have a iMessage? WhatsApp?
That's their EI data.
No, let's go to Miami-Dade County. Go to Miami-Dade County Data Hub.
And that's interesting, yeah.
Got F1 coming up, y'all, so everybody get ready, because it's mad.
Oh, yeah, that could be a good opportunity to promote this, you know?
Lloyd, check your Save Miami WhatsApp chat for the Zoom link.
Speak with the.
Talking about Tiffany again?
Yeah.
Oh.
So we're thinking about DigitalOcean to host a climate data hub for now.
That's
Okay.
actually one possibility, but I sent you an article from Ocean Protocol regarding like different sources you could use for storage. And they say you could use Arweave, which is like blockchain decentralized, or you could use, I think, AWS.
How do you spell Arweave?
Arweave is AR and then WEAVE.
Does anybody want to take a vote? DigitalOcean, Arweave, or AWS?
I mean, like, what's
Or Azure, Microsoft Azure. AWS might work best based on the fact that they can give you those credits. Depends on how many like API calls there will be.
I'd rather, we're a Microsoft org, so let's, if we can do Azure.
They have a, sorry, a flight simulator that can track the weather in real time.
Yeah, they say Azure is one of the options.
But yeah, they
Okay.
focus a lot.
Thanks,
on
Pat.
the field, you know.
I think Arweave also.
I think doing both is a great idea, but you know, let's vote on it. You know.
It's like a IPFS for
That's great. But we also want to team up with Microsoft, I think, or.
Yes.
Well, yeah, we use your suite, you know.
Yeah, makes sense, I feel.
Yeah, it makes sense too.
I mean, ChatGPT is a Microsoft product.
And it brings in NVIDIA on the table because they partner up with NVIDIA and I know with Oracle, you know what I mean? Yeah, like with NVIDIA, we can like do some amazing stuff. Powerful stuff.
All right, so let's just do it. Let's go with Azure. And then what we'll do is we'll have the repository go on to we'll have the data repository right now, just be like somewhere like within Azure. And then we can apply as a startup to like, I think there's like a Y Combinator, some type of thing early that gives us a bunch of credits, whether it's AWS or
Well,
Azure.
AWS will give us probably credits and stuff, but yeah.
And then we can think about whether we just stick with Azure and pay for it and suck up the cost, or just or like leverage the credits that we get, which might include both.
And Oracle as well, I mean, it's.
They're all willing to like hook us up.
They all, like.
We just need to figure out
they all
something.
want support.
They all want to support.
Yeah, they're all great, absolutely. But to start, we need to pick a choice because, you know.
Azure.
Do we have, do we have, contributors for DevOps, like, specifically? Because I mean, there's like more people that are familiar with AWS.
I agree 100%. I think because they're integrated to ChatGPT, if we're seeking ChatGPT route, I think they're obviously essential. But you know. Right.
Could you go to, like you want to go ahead and share screen? Do you need permission?
Yeah, I mean, and if we get a supercomputer with that, I mean.
I have access to the FIU supercomputer. Maybe Triton, but maybe will try to charge me for it. So I don't know.
Which is great.
Not for me, not for us. They'll hook us, yeah. No, la familia, keep it in there.
I know a server, I know a good
Telemundo?
Telefonica, they're the biggest cellular company in the world right now. I know they have a data center in Doral, but I don't know if they have a supercomputer with it. I think they do with IBM or something, but IBM is.
No. We should go with either FIU. We should go with FIU or UM. I think those should be,
100%.
unless there's like a really compelling reason to go with somebody else for supercomputer. I don't think I need a supercomputer right now. We can do both. We have to do both. Otherwise, how are we gonna know?
We have the.
So I can build. So like so I think part of the roadmap is that we'll compile multiple natural capital accounts and then seek to run the simulation on multiple ecosystem services at the same time. And then run that compute to optimize where do we plant a million trees? Where do we plant the mangroves? Where do we maximize the blue carbon credits? Or where do we maximize the regular carbon credits? Those are some of the questions I want the supercompute for. You have screen share. Which dynamic? The laws of thermodynamics to share?
But why would you want to follow the laws of thermodynamics if they don't contribute to free energy? You know, but yeah. 100%. Right.
Oh, Anthropos, yeah.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
And the problem with that, the bottom line is physics. It's the laws of thermodynamics.
100%. You know, it's the most natural, it's the second law, right? So it's great, you know. Exactly, you know. It's the same thing as the seawall, right? Like problems like the natural law, so that's good. It's natural, that's good.
Bro, you've been applying some really interesting laws, Papo.
Yeah, laws are laws.
Yeah, I love it. I love it, man. It's good. It's good that you're at least spreading it out over a couple days, so like, so I can digest, like. Going, okay, what? Yeah, like, yeah, okay. Now I know how people feel when they hang out with me and they're like, all right, bro, like, that's enough. Like, let me digest this. And yeah,
Yeah.
it's a fucking paradigm.
Yeah, I think it's like saying, what can we do now that's gonna make a big change? We have to use this raw power to generate a solution, you know, I feel like.
Yeah.
Which AI is great, but we also need the computing power to do it.
Yeah. We might have co-founded the projects, things like that. We're talking about this problem too, but what he's doing is like distributed, like OS. And like.
Jesus, what is that?
Are they attacking us, bro?
I'm gonna mute the mic here. Hey, Patrick, I just signed into my Azure account. Last viewed 2 years ago, my Sustain a City's IoT hub. It's a long ass project, bro.
OT.
Never ending project. Oh shit, I'm recording.
The alarm. Security.
The alarm says there are so many people smoking weed out front.
The alarm's like, yo, where's my hit, man?
Okay.
help us do is create an account, create a community account.
As we become, they're located in Florida. Okay.
Are they?
Yeah, they're cool. So, Esri is like a pioneer in the space of open data, and GIS. They created a software called ArcGIS. ArcGIS is used by many, I would say, probably most of the counties in the country for open data and cities, some cities.
You want to unmute yourself and I'll mute here?
Yeah.
Okay. Turn, mute. Yeah, okay. So, GIS data is geographical information systems, okay? All it means is it includes a point coordinate. So in here, we have our Miami-Dade County open data. Here you see Broward, right? These are all pretty much cookie cutter, right? Because it's all Esri software. So Esri gets contracts with the cities and the counties to provide the data in this data portal, and they make billions of dollars with that. That's great, cool. So this is what they do. They, the cities go in, have their people. The cities have their people in the different departments upload information. So for example, building data. You go here, you look at the building permits, right? This is maintained by, we can look at the information here. I don't know, it doesn't say what department maintains it, but you can see the table here. This is data, right? Okay, nothing really too interesting yet, but when we dig in through it, right, it becomes interesting. And when you combine it with other data sets, it becomes interesting. So like you got different permit types. So let's say, okay, I want to see all the buildings that have a permit of whatever, right, R, okay. And that's where we will query the data. So in order to query the data, there's different ways you can query the data. You can use the API. The API takes SQL, and the SQL queries come in, and so you can do things like this. This is an example. I'm looking at the same data set, by the way.
What's a SQL database?
SQL database. SQL is a type of is a language for querying data. So there's other different ways you can store your data. You can store your data in a document, right? So you can have it in a spreadsheet, or you can have it in a document or PDF, whatever, right? And if you wanted to, let's say, search across that PDF, you would need to either put it into a form that you could query it, right? Or you would have some sort of text search. So they call it where you type in a word and it finds the words within the document, that type of search. But if you wanted to go and go across a large set of data, you need a language, and SQL is that language. So if you wanted to, let's say here, I'm looking at the data set. This is the structure of the data here. Okay, we have permit issue date. Okay, this was issued yesterday, whatever application, shows the application date. So let's say I wanted to get all the the permits with the residential commercial value of R. I would say here in my SQL, I would say where residential commercial equals R. I think it's two equal signs here. Query. Okay, maybe not, but anyway, this is where you would do your queries here, and it would filter out the results based on what you give it. So you can do this here in this interface, or you can do it over in an API or in code. So we don't have to do it. We don't have to really think about this now, because what we're doing is we're feeding this data set, this entire data set here. We're going to feed it into the GPT model and say, hey, look over this data set and give me the queries.
What are specific queries that we want to like approach at first?
Yeah.
I want to think like my query.
Good question.
What is the carbon emissions from Miami-Dade County?
Mm-hmm.
What is emitting that? What is the source of those emissions? What environmental asset data do we have? And what is the capacity of capturing and storing carbon of those environmental assets? And query 3 is, for example, what is the value of blue carbon in Miami? And question 4 is like, how do we get to net zero?
Okay, right. So those are high level questions, which based on whatever data sets we have, right, we'll be able to generate different answers for, right? So given that we have all of these different data sets, okay, where we want to identify where our gaps, what data do we need to add to this in order to get to that outside of this city data, county data? So it could be, Google data sets. It could be whatever, blah, blah, blah. Sure, yep. Let's take a look at that. Okay. Here's some different environmental facts. I guess this is just a fact data set. So let's go to it. Okay, here are all the data sets that deal with environmental enforcement cases, Durham Water Control Class 2 permit, environmental permits, contaminated sites, and on and on. Soil, right? So
this is like basically permitting.
Most of what you're going to see here, it probably is going to deal with permits. It's not going to really deal with a lot of anything outside of business that the county would have to do. You know what I'm saying? So the state will have more analytical data, let's say, versus the counties. And then the municipalities will have probably a different data set as well. So for example, Coral Gables open data is they have really good tree data. Okay, for example, that Miami-Dade County doesn't have. The county's not counting trees, but Coral Gables is, right? So let me pull up the tree data. It's one of their top data sets they got on here. Where is it? It's all this. Tree. There you go. City trees. So again, they are ArcGIS. And ArcGIS is a mapping tool as well. So like, comparable to Google Maps. So for user interface, we can use some of their tools, but it's a little bit less user-friendly, let's say, than Google or something. Okay, so here are the trees, right? So here, Coral Gables, we have specific data about trees. Okay, we add this data set into our prompter. We call it a prompter, our GPT model, and it will have this data set, and it will use this in its response to answers. Okay, so the counties plus the cities will give us a nice wide range of data that we can use for interpretation. All right, so that's pretty much it. Now it's just a matter of taking each of these data sets and providing it into the model, but you know, it's gonna be there. We're gonna use it, but it's not gonna be very useful until we actually start asking questions about things like what Silvio was talking.
I think maybe that's what the chat agent can come in.
That's right.
With the people feeding the data.
Yeah, exactly. Right. People asking it questions. If we won't have all the questions, and we don't know what to ask it, but the stakeholders, the eco warriors, the county people, the people that work in the job, once they start asking it and generate prompts, then we can use those prompts to inform, what are we missing? What data sets are we missing? What what do we need to be? How do we need to be responding? What's useful? So the low hanging fruit MVP right now, okay, is I'm going to take all this data here that you see here, all these data sets. It's hundreds of data sets on here, and I'm putting it into the GPT, and it's just going to go through and do its thing. Look at all the different data, right? Endpoints. These are all structured. The beauty about Esri is all structured the same. So all the data links have the same structure, right? The only difference is the data set name, okay? And then when you look at the APIs, they all look the same, right? Service is the service ID for the ArcGIS, and then the name, and then feature server, right? So if I go, I'm diving down a rabbit hole a little bit here. Y'all don't need to see all this. This is what I look at all day, every day. But here are all the data sets. Okay, this is all the data, right? Look at all these data sets. It's stupid, right? And GPT has made my life a little bit easier dealing with this shit because
that initial extent, that's like what we need for like any scene, right? Like any environment, I feel.
Oh, which one? I'm sorry.
The spatial, below spatial reference, like.
I'm sorry. Where?
What's like the initial extent? What is that?
Oh, okay. So on the map, where did the map go? When you look at it on the map, it has the points. I got Coral Gables here. Okay.
Can we look at the tree? Can we look at the tree permits, Lloyd?
I click on it. Right.
Can't hear me.
Okay. Yeah. So what it's doing is it's pulling this data, and here it has the different layers. And these different layers, depending on the data, type of data is. Not all data in this database, you can put data that has GIS information, but maybe not. Some data may not have necessarily have a geographical thing to it. It may have a spatial thing to it, but it may not necessarily have a locations based thing. But for the most part, 99% of it will, because that's just GIS. ArcGIS is for that.
Wow.
Yeah. So you think of, okay, so you got the spatial data format, and there's different types of spatial formats. And so when you're doing your queries, let's say our application, you can draw a bounding box around on the map, and you wanted to query all the data within a particular bounding box, right? Then if in certain data, so this data may be stored in a particular GIS format, but my map is using another one. So I need to convert that query into this GIS. So this is just like that's the nitty gritty stuff that nobody knows about, but it won't matter, because now in the GPT, when I pull up the GPT here, oh shit. Yeah, okay. So like here's a GPT example here, right? Create SQL queries, right? Right. So, right. This one, for example, will generate the SQL query that I need for a particular data set, right? So by taking natural language and then converting it into the SQL query, and this SQL query, we would pipe this SQL query into here where the data is, right? And then we'll go here, right? And that's the thing where this is what we want. And this will generate the data set that's queried based on that query. And then we could pipe that into a map or a table or whatever the interface may be. So you understand? This is, I'm just showing this to you visually here, just so you know, but this is happening in code, right? It's happening in the background code. So then only thing the person will receive will be a table or map, right? Once the data has been queried. So that's the steps, you know, we go from, okay, a natural language request for some data, right? This is stuff that we can deliver this week, let's say, okay, to somebody working in the city that needs to be able to access this shit ton of data sets in this bitch. Look at all this shit. Like somebody's job is to know how to use the shit. And you know, this stupid. But we can deliver these type of things that may make it helpful for them to start thinking about how they could start planning and doing shit. Okay.
How does that relate with what we got accomplished tonight? What is the best, like you were saying, the best step to make this happen?
Yeah. So in addition to right this component of it, we got our MIA GPT. I call it MIA. We call it MIA.
MIA GPT.
Yeah, we just gonna call it MIA, right, for short.
Yeah, that's pretty dope.
So let's go back.
So it's a trained model?
Yeah. So what me and Prab we're just about to talk about is like, you know, coming up with the prompts. This is all about prompt, right? So, right.
So it's a PDF that would have the prompts or whatever.
Yeah, right. We'll provide a document with like some starting prompts that people can use. GPT, in Chat GPT, it doesn't allow you to use recent information. So you can't just take these prompts and use them in ChatGPT, unfortunately. But you know, on our end, it doesn't matter because we're building our own models.
Yeah.
But what I've started here is, okay, I just want to build a chat interface, right? So I told it to give me the code to build the chat interface. So, and with information about what it is, pull the data sets. I told it to copy the interface for that of Chat GPT, which is this, right? And give me the code for it. And then I'm just going to take this here and publish it on the internet, and then we'll just start using it.
All right.
So that's, yeah, I've been writing apps, like I write like 5 apps a day now. When it used to take me, take me like a week to write 5 apps. I can write them in a day, in a few hours now. Cause it just writes the code for you, right? And the way you do it, the important thing is I asked it to give me the prompts to do something. So that's the important thing, right? It's like, okay, give me the steps. So it gave me step by step. And then I'm just gonna take this here and I'm gonna say, copy this. I'm gonna copy this and then I'm gonna put it into the prompt and it's gonna generate the code for me.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, because ChatGPT and all this is amazing, but you have to have previous knowledge. So what you just said right now,
Yeah.
Give me the prompt, give me the vocabulary.
Right.
The keywords.
Right. Exactly. So it gives me the prompts and it gives me step by step, what to do, and it gives me the code, and I just copy and paste.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think with the AI bot that I'm using or whatever, like which is an open source library, I'll continue with that.
Nice.
So we can somehow link up ChatGPT with that.
Okay. Yeah.
The whole world,
Yeah. The good thing about the GPT model is, you could give it, you could say, use this data set or use this tool, right, or whatever.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So that's the great thing about this. So we can just pull things from different resources. Now, it's right. I just feed it, and then it gives me the code, and then I run the code, right? So I'm running this on Cloudflare, so it's zero cost. It's running on the edge computers. It's running on the edge. There's no the back end. There's no back end. You don't need a back end on edge computing. GPT. I'm gonna use Open AI GPT API for now, and then I'll eventually train GPT model on our own. There's this thing called Auto GPT. Auto GPT is pretty dope.
I heard it's not there yet.
Well, I mean, it's people say the people that don't. I guess if you're not a computer programmer, like advanced level computer programmer, then it ain't as useful as it is for everybody else, right? You know what I mean? Because if you've never like written low level code, let's say, or you never written a program, then the prompts that you're going to give Auto GPT aren't going to be that interesting. They're going to be pretty generic, right? And the way the Auto GPT, it can write an entire thing and publish it online, because if you know, and then for free, let's say you want to run a big application, right? The steps that I was just showing you, that I was just doing manually, instead of me copying and pasting like I was just doing, it does itself. So it's making it even faster. So now, it's taking me, maybe a half hour to build this MIA GPT, when Auto GPT can do it in like 3 minutes, let's say.
And for like, let's say this project with Miami, like it's what's needed. What's needed, the weather or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Also, memory GPT, I don't know if that.
Memory GPT? I never heard of that one.
It's more like it's supposed to like retain memory of like not like it's supposed to retain the numbers you are. Oh really? I heard
Okay.
I don't know if it's like good, but
Okay, I have to check that one out. Yeah. Nice.
Yeah, I don't know if it's working, but.
Well, let's try to get an answer to some basic queries related to try to run something.
What's that?
Try to run something, because I think you want to put a
Hey guys, we got the cops outside.
is
The alarm has been going off. I'm gonna be out here to talk about this. Give me one
Right.
second. I'll take care of this, okay? You guys stay inside. Keep going, Lloyd. Keep going.
Okay.
I got this. Bye.
get another prompt to drill down into something more specific that we need.
Got you.
Right now, we're just creating a prompt. We need to get the multiple prompts.
Got it. Okay.
So
Yeah.
I think what also helps too is that we can figure out our milestones and our current realistic objectives. So I think
Yeah.
combining GPT ideas is really good as a product. And I see that being done pretty quickly, and also this mining first, we're plugging some stuff with the Ozone. We can have also a place where we can funnel in users into these metaverses, have like a social component.
Boom. You just hit the nail on the head. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And you're gonna get those users to use chat.
Spatial browser as well.
Yeah. Right.
Get those people to talk about using this new thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's a good, and we can have like goals, and say, hey, these are the goals, these are the things we have. But we can kind of, get those fundamental things and just iterate this layer of the rest of these ideas we have.
For sure. Okay, so I think one thing we spoke about earlier was our user is eco warriors starting out, right? It's us, and we want to build this internally for ourselves first, and then allow a wider audience. So agreeing on our interface, web is great. You can do this text message based, right? It doesn't have to be just the web or computer or
I think if it's like, let's say like the graphical interface in a text-based prompt.
Yeah, a voice could be voice, voice activated, speaking.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, we're clear.
And then we integrate like a WebGL, any graphical capabilities, I guess.
Yeah, because right, since if we want to do what he just suggested, which is to combine the GPT and the spatial, you know, you want to kind of be hands free. You know, it should be in a way that it's like you don't have to do a lot of typing, right? Voice is a good way to do that, because that way you can just be holding your phone and be like blah 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 blah. Tell me about blah 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 blah, or blah 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 blah, whatever.
Just out of curiosity, if you're moving around with the camera, how hard is it to implement like machine learning and vision?
That's not hard at all. I'll show you here. 2 seconds. Yeah, I'll show you. So, all right. Remember, we got this thing, right? Right. So, we want to have a AR, right? Mixed reality. Give me mixed reality interface. I'm sorry. Give me the prompts. See. For developing.
All right, I just sent you a prompt on WhatsApp.
Okay, great.
Also click
Uses. Right. Google ML API to identify objects in real time
I asked that because a lot of
in a scene.
like if you already have the PDF script already, but
Use
what if you're reading something specifically like an article online?
Yeah.
And you wanna know how probably that article is, the PDF that you have.
Yeah.
Where you're really out here.
Yeah.
And you have certain, you know, spots, and you wanna use that interaction, where you can just point.
Yeah. And
is good.
right.
And I think, yeah.
If you just play the, just click on the.
All these prompts, I guess, we'll put in.
What's up? Which one?
I just gave you a link for a prompt.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Something like how to penned matrix to a ChatGPT recommend.
Okay, this one.
So how do we pen matrix in Miami? This is what it recommends.
Okay, great. This is
You can't roll up anything on here, right?
No, this is like the cups is
No, I know.
Oh, I have to use Bing. Oh, here it's written. Sorry, I just clicked the link. I didn't read it. Here we go. I got it. I'm gonna give this to GPT 4. I'm gonna give it to 4. We'll give it to 4 first.
I'll just text you the answer.
No, I got it here. Oh, the Bing answer or the you want the Bing answer or you want the GPT-4 answer? This is GPT-4. Bing is 4.5, GPT 4.5.
But it's at the front. Where in front? The wider
So I think this can go in our PDF right now. We can refine this answer, get some more specific. This is what I mean. This is like very accessible.
Yeah, so Priscilla's like, all right, let's get access to our PDF for tonight. I was like, what do you mean?
Yeah, so then everyone can run this on their own computer.
I want to show how we can pull the data from Esri into a new user-based account. When you ask to pull the data, it asks you if you pull the data if you're an employee, or ask if you pull the data if you're a community resident.
Mm-hmm.
I want us to create a community account.
Nice.
And then I want us to pull flooding data.
Okay.
And I want us to pull air quality data.
You can find air quality data.
And we'll create it. We'll create it.
Where does it exist though?
We'll make it. And we'll get back to that in a minute. And then I want us to pull water quality data.
Mm-hmm.
And then I want to be able to pull in transportation data. And so in the transportation data, we're going to need to pull in the Miami-Dade County public transit system, they have a separate report. They have, I think, a partnership, just new one created with Miami-Dade, City of Coral, City of Coral Gables. And then City of Miami has some of their own trolleys and stuff. But more importantly, we want to focus on the value of the private market data. So we need to pull in the public data. Right? We need to ask for permission from the research data. So then we're going to go to FIU and UM's data.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Then we're going to get NOAA's data and NASA's data and USGS.
Right.
And then we'll create a list of the rest of the projects: water, land, marine, all the different 6 different ecosystems or more, and like the 16 ecosystem credits.
Yeah.
Ecosystem services. And then that becomes our project map. But the first project, the pilot project, pulls in the county data, the city data. In this case, the 3 cities, the county being Miami-Dade County, the cities being the City of Miami, City of Coral Gables, and City of Miami Beach. And so that's the data set. And then compile all the like resilience and sustainability documents and roadmaps that there are. So we'll include like the Miami Climate Action Plan, we'll include the 305 Resilience Plan, we'll include the recommendation letters of the Miami-Dade County Water, Miami-Dade County Biscayne Bay Task Force recommendations list. You'll pull in the information from DERM, the Department of Environment and Resource Management. That's gonna be a big one. And they're the biggest pain in the ass to everybody. They're like, apparently from other people I hear that they take pride in that. I don't know. But I think that the idea is to work with DERM to figure out how we can get permits, because ultimately DERM are the people that need to approve what we're doing. So they need to be our ally. They need to really be convinced, and we need to know what their obstacles are.
DERM.
And in Miami-Dade County, we're really lucky to have really good people. Like in our in our department.
Yeah.
Like really, like Miami-Dade County Resilience Department is like one of the largest in the country. Like if we can't figure it out here, we have the biggest, like, like we can turn just in this room and stuff. Oh, yay! Hey, you guys are back. Sweet. Right?
Yeah.
So if we pull these and then the air quality, we have sensors. I have a few sensors. If anybody here, an adopt a sensor program, right? So you like sponsor a sensor. You get in charge of like getting it.
That's really good.
Putting it.
Adopt the sensor. That's very actionable.
Yeah, which is and you can be, and then some can be free, right? Like IC Change and some of the researchers at FIU and UM already going to be doing this heat sensor program. So it's like, you get hooked up, you learn about citizen science, you can come do some training together, maybe join Save Miami. But part of Save Miami can be like, you do an actual like course in like community emergency response planning in like properly, right? And like, because it's like, when crisis hits, people don't expect that. They don't expect, you need to be trained now to like be our place that could be hit. We're going into September, it becomes hurricane season. Right? You want to get hit, get scrambled, who are you going to call? Ghostbusters? That's right.
Yeah.
So, no. But maybe you go to say Miami, be like, I need this. We need extra compute on reserve.
Right.
We need extra compute on reserve. Like, guys, give us a contract. You like have this shit figured out now. We'll figure it out. We'll give you a pilot.
So we can get a supercomputer and get them.
We have a super.
Exactly.
Exactly. Certification is important. It's part of the resilience
program, or whatever.
There's a model for that, where you should say, give us the money, we'll figure it out. They did this. No, seriously.
I want that, yes.
Yeah, but it is.
And NOAA has a bunch of other reef data, and then we pull in blue carbon satellite, like blue carbon satellite data. A couple
Right.
Okay, and then for the digital twin, you pull in you grab this model, but you pull in the open. There's an open streets map.
Mhm.
You know that one?
Yeah, I'm part of the Open Street Maps Consortium. I give talks at their conferences and stuff.
Yeah, so I want to start delineating, what we should be doing as our proposal for public goods, and start delineating what I can do with Sustain Cities as a company.
Yep.
That allows me to create an interoperability layer, as a marketplace.
Right.
And the marketplace includes data and the algorithms on that data.
Yeah.
And the financial products, and then ultimately the consumer products. The consumer products to start.
Yeah.
The rest, I'm gonna create as investment products because I'm uniquely licensed, experienced to do it legally and compliantly. I'm really gonna let you pull it off in the time we need to do it, like quickly.
Yeah.
Because I have
We need fast.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's my expertise.
Right.
I'm gonna build it the right way.
Yeah. For sure.
And so it's like, all right, then how do you leverage that through partnerships to make sure it remains a diverse minority impact focused business and cooperative that creates multi-generational wealth. And all the local models include a cooperative style model that creates really regenerative economics.
Yeah.
So you create these principles of regenerative economics that are heavily weighted towards natural capital wealth. And the idea of creating value of natural capital wealth, and we take those accounts we have within Esri, and we add the research data, right, of the university within the environmental resource management that allow you to compile the natural capital accounts.
I'm with it. I get it.
And then at that point, when you have the richer the data, so the part of the citizen science is capturing the natural capital accounts and the idiosyncrasies of Miami-Dade. Which in a large part is Miami-Dade County.
Yeah.
Bay.
The Bay. Yeah.
The watershed.
Right.
There's not a lot of data around there. So where do we optimize what sensors we have for what?
Yes, we identify first, right?
Yeah.
So
what do we what sensors do we have in this or that can allow us to create a pilot that lowers the cost of capital overall and increases the natural capital wealth overall for the greatest amount of people with the greatest amount of profit.
Right.
In the quickest amount of time. Right? And what's actionable? That enables a grassroots infrastructure that creates regeneration. Right? So not all of us are rewarded for being stewards. The stewardship, ownership concepts start to really take hold, especially on underutilized assets around Miami-Dade.
Right.
Which are huge. It can create its own urban food forest. It can create its own stormwater management systems. While feeding food security.
Yeah.
I'm just brainstorming. What are the different accounts to run natural capital accounts?
I feel like
Yeah. So let's create a community account.
Okay.
What do you got? Artificial reef, let's add that to the account.
Well, no, I mean, we're looking at all of it,
Huh?
We were going through all the data, it's like a lot of data, here. Look at all this shit. Look at all this shit. All of this. The county got a lot of data, plus Coral Gables, plus all the cities, right? All the cities got good data. Right, we need to take all that data. We take all of it.
So let's compile a list. Let's compile a list of the data we need
on the Discord. It's the data. We got a data thing here. I think so, right?
Yeah.
I thought I saw one.
Right there.
Oh.
What's your robot? No. Oh, you got a touch monitor?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah. Okay. You already posted something. Put a little thing next to it.
Can we import chat GPT into our chat?
We can build a bot for chat. Yeah, for this. I call her Mia. Mia for short. Okay. This is Mia.
Once you do that, you're gonna be able to get paid for those tasks that you do institute without even making a.
Hey, Mia. How many?
You know, one thing else I'm really interested in what you said earlier about, having economies that are based on cultural finance, I'm interested in where is the value based on? Is it based on labor? Is it based on action?
Thanks.
Where is
Thanks,
it like market? Where is what value is it human action?
Thanks, Mia.
I think, I think Bitcoin could probably bring about that sort of thinking because, along the line of that's something that we always have been have access to. So like, I see some parallels to that, and I think for that, and there's ways that, obviously we can keep supporting the Bitcoin protocol, predict something like that. But yeah,
there's I'm very secure with my shares. I find it very, I find it like the workspace. I feel like now, yeah, I mean, it's just water and coffee. But it's also. And they have like a whole group of this. Yeah, that's cool.
I mean, right now, the other day is like, we look at human beings and our impact in the world and the environment. And you see, okay, we're relatively small, and like, how do we, how are we communicating, about like history, we're human beings, we collaborate, we build cities, we build things. Yeah, sure. So, but also like, seeing like how, what is our relationship? Like local
Yeah, we can tell it to do whatever,
Have you played around with tree inquiries yet?
Coral Gables? Yeah, with Coral Gables. They got a really nice core data set. Yeah, it's so good, it's tight. Like it got so much dang granular data.
Did you play around with tree prompts yet?
Tree prompts for the GPT?
Which
how many cypress trees there are, right? That type of thing.
Can it compute tree density? No.
If the data's there, is it in the data here? Oh, you mean like as far as like how dense it within a particular area?
Like for example, there's more trees here.
Right.
Trees here,
right.
And it detects.
Yeah, we
low
can.
Density areas.
Yeah, we can tell it to identify low density. We can give it textual, right? We can give it textual prompts that will generate SQL queries that will give us right information. Yeah, this is what I do. I mean, I've been doing this for a long time, 15 years. Research, AI. Yeah.
We should do like a working session at some point.
Okay, yeah. Oh, cool.
I don't even have my phone. Are you in the same Miami?
Yes.
Okay, what's your name again?
My name's Lloyd, but in WhatsApp,
You've
T.
been up to the bunch, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you've been in a bunch of roles.
Yeah.
You're the one who mentioned Coral Gables.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Right.
But so GPT, how difficult would it be to start optimizing planting locations. Like for example, right here, there's a bunch of trees there.
Yeah.
Trees there
And nothing there, right?
nothing. How can you detect? How can we reveal these plantable areas?
We feed it the data set, right? So that's what I'm doing now is collecting the data sets to give it, right? Because it's not just the tree data, right? It's the street data, it's the whatever data that's like necessary, building data. Because if it's a building in a way, it can't put a tree. If it's on the street, it can't put a tree, right?
But even if it's shortlisted areas that in theory have low density, then those are the areas we could spawn bounties where you just walk that sidewalk,
Right.
see an area, oh, there used to be a tree here, but
Right. Take a photo, send it to the city.
Right. That's a tree proposal.
Yeah.
And it's
And it automatically generate the tree proposal.
like on our app, I don't know if you were watching.
Yeah, I saw you. Yeah.
Like we have everything's there. The only thing we need to do for tree proposal is literally instead of the claim being around a new tree, it's like propose a tree location.
Yeah.
Photo captures everything in the coordinates.
Yup.
You can even say it's just a space for a small tree or a big tree.
Yeah. Fuck yeah. Let me show you this. This thing here. Where is it at? Not that. Let me just go to GitHub. Okay, so like this, for example, is a application that some guys over in Singapore built. AR game for sustainability, and so right, you would use it. So I'll just go back so you can see it. Right, about. But basically, you can go.
This is the Singapore game.
This is the Singapore game. They just, yeah, isn't that crazy? I know, and it's great. It's exactly what I wanted. I stumbled, me and Silvio stumbled upon it like 3 a.m. on GitHub. And then, yeah, I was like, yes, motherfuckers already built it. No, it's completely open source. Yeah, so I'm gonna tweak it. So, you can put trees, you can put whatever. Like you can mark in real world, right? Mark a tree, right? And you create a code, right? Like you want to do. You can put it on a tree, and you would scan the code. And it could be anything, right? The platform they built is fucking brilliant, man. Brilliant. Like the AR they got, the AR experience they got is great, phenomenal, world class. So we got all the pieces in front of us, right? You got the trees, we got the app, we got GPT, right? And
Which app? Sustainable City?
Yeah, just tweet. This is a great starting point. We're gonna tweet this, but it gives us all the primitives that we need to like make an AR experience. You know what I mean? That can scan codes and give you information, right? That information box that pops up when you scan it, it can be like it can have a thing for a prompt, like MIA GPT prompt, right? So if you want to know more, like, okay, where else can I find this type of tree? Or how do I, blah blah blah, whatever. So we can tweak it. This is HTML, JavaScript. But like this is something we can definitely deliver, right? All of this stuff is deliverable like in no time. You know what I mean?
What other programming languages?
Me, all of them. You name it. Yeah. I mean, I'm a computer engineer, electrical engineer, so I've been doing this shit forever.
Front end as well? Not really.
Yeah, I do all of it. I build applications. I build front end, back. I have developers and stuff like that. I have an open office in Europe. So
Europe?
Yes.
Eastern Europe?
In Kosovo.
Sorry?
Kosovo.
Where's that?
It's in Europe, next to Albania.
Romania.
Albania and Romania. Yeah. Anyway, so
you click start with that. It's just an AR experience, but
just the AR experience right now for this
is there
one.
like a compute over data?
Here, I'll show you here. You got your phone? You could try it out. I mean, it's so here. Yeah, yeah. This is the demo. I was just showing it to you. Let me see. They might have one. Let's see. I know I saw a demo. I think I saw a video demo somewhere. Where did I see it?
So, COVID greatly, like just from, graphic design stuff, whatever, all that stuff is great.
I saw one. Where did I see it at?
So, that sort of thing.
Is there a link?
It's cool, man.
I saw a link somewhere at some point. Right. So you. I think it might be here. I mean, I know it's fun. It's so good. Here we go. So here we go. So I'm gonna just go here. There we go. You can see.
Okay, it's like AR, literally AR.
Yeah. Right. So you can imagine your code, right? And you can have it. It can show a box, text box, or it can show an animation
We have a plaque
or tree. Yeah, exactly.
And extrapolate info on that.
Right, right. And it could be sustainable. Like it doesn't have to be, it could be something that is part of the, tree, because you see the tracking allows you to train it for any type of thing. So you see these different images have their own thing. It's pretty straightforward. It's not rocket science. This is easy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But with the GPT, what are the next steps there?
Yeah, so gathering all the data sets that we would like to use for its brain, right? And just
You asked something about trees. What did it get back? You said, how can you plant 1 million trees? What did it get back?
okay, yeah. Let me ask.
Where
I think this is it.
where do we plant instead of
Where?
where it might be a better? Or how can we prioritize the planting sites for trees in Miami?
I think you started having some very talk about some podcasts. Yeah. But yeah, like creating those mechanisms, like for example, labor credits. It's something that Mark's pamphlets adopt future. So he basically
Can you ask to give specific like streets or what?
Not yet until I get the data. Not on this. I'm just generating the basic prompts to give it to initialize itself. And then next is take the data and then train our GPT model. Our GPT model. Chat GPT can't go to the internet.
Right, you need the
Right, I have to train it. So that's why I'm gathering the data now.
Add, these specified PDFs and stuff. Is it with some additional?
Yeah.
You need to subscribe to the ChatGPT.
Well, I have to give the PDF. I have to inform the GPT model of the PDFs or documents that it should be training from, right?
But you don't need to subscribe to like its GPT-4 model or anything like that.
Well, I'm going to use GPT-4 because it has a better large language model.
That's still not free, right?
You can run your own GPT model, GPT-4 model. Yeah. So I'm gonna
I thought
for Open AI has a subscription to it. Yeah.
But I thought ChatGPT was free, but it was GPT-3 or something, right?
Okay. The model it's using is using either GPT. This is what they give you options for.
Oh, they already give you options for GPT-4?
Yeah. And then the API, I can use GPT-4 as well. But you got to it's not for everybody. You request access.
Or you have to request access.
Yeah.
But how, the ChatGPT Plus, you need to pay for that?
Yeah. GPT Plus is paid for.
$20.
Yeah, something like that. I don't know. Yeah. So, but you don't need to use OpenAI. I just like using their interface because it's easy and it's familiar. And I got all my stuff here, so it's easy. I can switch between them pretty easily. But I can run my own model. I just don't feel like it right now. I mean, like I can run my own server.
With PDFs.
The PDFs. Yeah. So you upload them like to a link, right? The best way to do this, from my experience, is to give it links that it can pull information from versus feeding the document.
But PDF is text, right? So
Yes, text.
It won't interpret the graphs, but it will interpret all the text.
Correct. Yep.
Even a website, you can like tell, you can give a link to a website or an article, and it will.
It'll get right. Exactly. So that's on the API side. Right. I'm go here. I'm in the playground. Chat. So I can say, we go to, okay, so I go here. So, latex. Latex it's meant for it's like a scientific language for creating publications.
Why are you copying this side and not the other side?
Oh, because I'm just gonna copy this into here, right? And I'm gonna say summarize this, right? So this is what it would be doing in the background, right? I feed it the PDF and I would say summarize this, right?
Automated economic decisions and like say, oh, I trust this area. Okay, actually, you're possible. I mean, you could actually make these economic decisions on why that. Yeah.
Oh. I'll refresh.
Yeah, I speak about multi all the time, but they shut down. We were gonna do their NFTs as well. Some Hanuman followers, so used to follow it as a religious monkeys. Oh, is it open? Oh, maybe the info thing.
There we go. Right. So this is what this is what we'd be doing in the background. We would say summarize this. We would feed it the PDF or link, and it will go read the link and get the text from it. Yeah, I just put summarize just to show like this example. right? I'm just showing an example, like of what do we be doing in the background? We would say, add this to your knowledge base, right? In this instance of a chat. It'll be in the API. This would be, we would have an API a link specifically for adding, let's say, adding documents. We have a link for, an API link, right? That I can link into, let's say, Discord, and then we can just say on the Discord channel, if you want to add something for it to learn, go to this Discord channel, add it there, right? And then in the background, the API will go and add it right there. You can do that, with anything. It's just tying it up to the instance. Yeah, you got to write a bot first. Yeah, it didn't copy it right. It like took the lines out, line breaks.
And they synthesize their culture with the new culture, but it's still able to hold something essential from exactly. Yeah. So I think. So what are you doing?
I'm done for now. We can pick back up tomorrow. We got everything we need in front of us. So what I'm gonna do is I created a GitHub repository for MIA-GPT.
For what?
MIA-GPT. Call it Mia.
Can you pull up my Twitter real quick? I want to show them this pyramid, the photogrammetry.
Oh, great. Yeah. Okay. I got you.
Yes, you add Provi Elf. Provi Elf.
Yeah.
Search for Elf.
Elf.
Elf. With it be Elf. Yeah. That's fine.
Remember Tim, the UN?
And where you're gonna be working over the next week?
I'll be between here and Palm Beach County. I'm sorry. Oh yeah, sure thing. Oh yeah. Yeah, I got you.
So this is the vertical learning experience that called ozone. And then our friends, we go back to want to see the pyramid. Just pause it. Yeah, just pause it here. So basically, our friends, they took drones to Mexico and they did the photogrammetry scan of the pyramid, like pseudo illegally, but and then we put it in there. Paul put it in there. And then we took two Microsoft Kinects and did a live DJ show. So on top of that, so two girls were DJing. Then we had the dance party. So I had my elf ears and my elf Provi outfit on. I literally on the live stream you can see me dance for 2 hours literally. And then everyone else had their cameras on also. And we just had that virtual 30-minute experience. And I created the snap camera thing. Remember snap camera used to go in before they shut down like months ago? So I created the hummingbird app. So wherever I was dancing, the hummingbirds would follow me around in my room.
Sons of Dash is the local guy, right?
Yeah, so you see that's a good example.
You couldn't play again. And then really, the thing is, if you put 360, yeah, you should play. You put 360 photo bubbles inside the metaverse too.
Yeah.
Really neat. Like this is a 360 video.
Those are great.
Inside the metaverse. Well, that's like very inception, right? I'm comfortable in 360. So I'm walking around in VR inside of the metaverse.
That's deep in the metaverse.
And then you have an action moment in Fortnite. You only have Fortnite, you have like 20 people per game server, per room, right? Here you have like all that.
We have 6,000 per room, so we get a good amount of things. So yes. So I don't know why we want 6,000 people. So this is a very good experience. kind of what Burr is, we call it metaverse. And it was like basically like.
Yeah, this is the early version. The avatars now are much better, not just that.
Yeah, they call them
Yeah, so this one is the studio, the live stream from the, throughout. That's a regular 2D, but then they have the later on, we did the holograms of the girls.
Yeah, that's very
So also kind of cool because it's AR inside of the 3D world. Wow. Is that a project? Yeah. Yeah, literally, I'm doing it for 2 hours. Literally, I'm spending 2 hours. I did it. Yeah. I just do my thing, man. I said, right now, my thing is, short. My thing is like, go to advanced, and then I'm gonna take them. Yeah, there's all these cakes. You would hook people up with cakes. That's dope. Think about it, right? That's so dope. You can get a t-shirt from anyone. Who's gonna get you a cake? Yeah, and then people, those whole cake companies, right? Like trying to normalize wearing cakes from Miami. Right now, cake was exotic. Trying to normalize it. More people wear cakes. Yeah, dude, it's like, it gives you that, some sort of like vibe, whether it's superhero or vampire, or anything, it's a vibe. I've only done the dark side.
Tons of athletes playing. Tons of athletes playing with or you guys are playing one of the divisions. Tons of athletes. That's probably happening on schedule, right? Still tons of athletes.
There were 8
Nice.
Get a lot of our afternoon stuff.
Cool, man. I know I snapped it, but it still works.
So did the ChatGPT work? Did it fun?
Yeah.
The answer is 4.
Yes.
Let's paper, rock, scissors.
Oh, because you got 2 left. But I still have paper rocks.
I will say we'll paper, rock, scissors on the shoot.
Oh. You can't really learn somebody until after the first one.
Bias towards like, it's not accurate. We're taking 47. It's like, you know, because it's statistics, it's like, not like psychological. Every time I say a decision, but it's always.
I did that already.
You can play human paper rocks.
All right, give me something else.
Can it give neighborhoods? What is not neighborhoods? That name trees.
You probably know the YMCA.
Doing great.
Now we're talking.
Mia, Mia, Mia.
Aren't there other models like baby
Yeah.
AGI?
Yeah. A lot of these,
and
yeah,
AutoGPT?
are very useful. Yeah.
Aren't those like probably?
Yeah, those are ones that I'm looking at using, right? The one that I like the best right now is AutoGPT. It's very good. But we can run those on our own machines, and we can run those on our own and train it the way we want to train it. That's key.
AutoGPT is trainable?
Yeah. It's tweakable, and you just need to run it like on some GPUs. Otherwise, it'll take a long time. Like on this computer, it ain't gonna work. Well, on Paul's computer, it will work faster because he's got a good GPU on there.
This taps into GPU.
Huh? Well, that's how you use GPUs to run it faster. You can run it on a CPU, but it just takes longer.
But this real-time response or to train the model?
To train the model. Yeah. The real-time response is just, it takes the model and it generates a response.
It's
And
server side though, right?
you can run it locally or server side, doesn't matter. Yeah. So
But this right now is server side.
this is server side. I'm just doing high level stuff on GPT.
But what's the best, how to interpret data, GIS data specifically, like,
Mm-hmm.
because that's geo querying, like.
Correct.
It's a tough engineering.
Who are you telling? I deal with it every day. So the key thing is, right, your interface, right? It's all about the interface. So like, for example, if you have a GPT on, let's pick a data set. Let's say on trees. We're on trees, right? So it would be on, let's say whoever manages this data set in Coral Gables. I don't know who it is, but let's say on their website they wanted a specific chat just focus on querying their data, right? Then it's about generating the SQL queries. So the way that's where GPT is helpful. It can generate the queries for us of what we need to query, right? And have the actual SQL query that's necessary for the endpoint on the actual API. So on the API side here, it generates the query for us on our table that we can run.
So, but then I think the headline here is that tonight we accomplished a prompt engineering project to optimize like tree planting in Miami as a prompt engineer project for a custom chat GPT project. That's what we accomplished today.
Yes.
And then as a headline, that's actually pretty cool.
That's pretty cool.
And we did it, so it's so if we can have some validation, like a PDF or
screenshots. And I've got the GitHub. I've got the GitHub. We're gonna curate. We'll curate everything through the GitHub.
If you can do a short video on camera, and we can make a little YouTube
that'll be good.
Or the docuseries too.
Yeah.
We have to like document this in video format, not just in PDF, because in real time, it's like, like any reality show, we gotta talk to the camera, see how you felt. It's like, you gotta say, it's like literally 12:22 a.m., right? That's actually a very emotionally connected thing. We've been here since since noon, right? 12-hour day.
Right.
So to show like how you felt and stuff.
Right.
And what's happening.
That's a good idea.
Internally too, why are you even here, right?
Yeah, good idea.
That's important it's a moment in time because you're actually literally documenting moment in history right now.
Yeah.
But what did we accomplish? We have an idea of the prompt, the type of engineering.
We have
prompt that we need.
we have our users that you described earlier, which is us internally, right? We're building a tool for us internally more than anything first, and eco warriors, right? So all the things that we wanted to do, generate the SQL queries that we can use that,
But how's that SQL query optimized for like understanding object density in a spatial context?
that's our challenge right now, right? Is we've set ourselves up with the tools that we need to answer those questions. Answer those questions. Yes.
Now we need to
Now we need to use our tools to answer those questions
and get better and better.
and get better. Right. That's where we invite more people to use it, because then they may have some insight on, oh, maybe I'll try to ask this and that, right?
We definitely I want to work on this stuff. There's also GeoNFTs. Have you heard of it? Have you heard of Astro? Check out Astro Protocol. They have probably some documentation.
Well, you know how this works, right? You seen us interview at the Bitcoin Citadel?
Nah. Oh yeah.
No, you weren't there.
I wasn't there. Yeah.
But
Astro Protocol.
Okay.
Location-based decentralized web. They have documentation for GeoNFTs.
Okay.
So they build.
Nice.
Have you heard of Collabothon?
Who?
Have you heard of Collabothon? No. Anyways, they do geoquerying on chain. So
Nice.
maybe they're.
I'm doing that too on Bitcoin though.
Nice.
Yeah.
But what type of smart contracts?
Just in Bitcoin script.
Bitcoin script?
Yep.
What? You can do that in Bitcoin?
Yeah. Yes. Script.
Right.
This is for.
What?
all right, man.
Yeah.
All right, man, are you ready? Yeah, you got the phone? Who wants to report? Yeah, so. So the idea was. Yeah, I think I was over to use with the false number. Yeah, I mean, it would be cool to create something that's specific for that position. Yeah, I think we could, Paul, what do you use for your members?
I'd like to explore, the hydrology with the digital twin, to see how different, types of natural capital allows us to absorb like rain, think about flooding as an issue we can solve for.
Well, let's put that in the camera, let's just, get this thing on we do right now. Well, we can do all these that we do next week, or.
Question both.
I guess vertical works better for like Instagram and online.
Yeah, we can't do it twice.
Just go
natural.
We'll do for example, we try to, for editing purposes, if you want to do it, one by one later, like just send.
Yeah, it might be horizontal.
Yeah, horizontal.
All right, man, you ready?
Yeah. My big moment, huh?
This moment, your grandkids are gonna see this video someday.
You silly.
It's a moment in AI history. Young Steve Jobs in Miami before everyone knew who he was.
You sick.
Get closer. So you don't have to do digital zoom. But we're gonna want to get the screen. Yeah, I guess, get the screen. All right, Paul, you ready?
Maybe.
Yeah, you don't want Paul on the screen. Well, I mean, if you want, I guess that's fine. He's part of it.
It's so cool, I love that.
All right, yeah. All right, guys, we have, we have the closing weekend of the 305 Climate Collabothon, and we have the amazing Lloyd here, and we just finished, literally, it's 12:27 a.m. on, and we've been here all weekend. Lloyd, what have you accomplished this weekend, and if you can just showcase what you've done?
Okay, well, you know, I've done only as much as we've all done together. Okay, so we came together and we brainstormed ideas of how to save Miami. And we realized the first things first is it needs real action. We need real tangible results. We need people out there really doing the work. Okay, because data, it ain't about the data. It ain't about, you know, the science. That's only gonna get you so far until you actually do the work. So anyway, enough preaching, preacher man. We have arrived on some solutions or some tools that we want to build to arrive and answer questions and help engage the community and gamify things. So first things first, we want to plant 1 million trees, let's say, okay? And in order to plant 1 million trees, you gotta know where to plant the trees. And we've got tools, we've got folks that have tools for getting you familiar with how to plant the tree, doing all the process. The only thing we're missing is where do we need to plant the trees? So how do we find that out? We have the data. So we combine the data into a system that we can send a chat dialogue with.
So I assume this is what the big...
yeah, a chat dialogue, codename Mia. Mia in the house. Mia in the house. So Mia GPT, you know, will generate a response based on open data that's found across Miami-Dade County.
So you pronounce it Miami-Dade County.
Miami. So
maybe you can go over the actual output first, and then we can talk about how you did this.
Sure.
Line by line.
Make sure you write this order.
So we say in order to interact with Mia, you have to engage with her. So you say, hey Mia, and then you ask her a question. Hey Mia, what are the top neighborhoods that need trees planted in Miami? Okay, Mia will do her best to give you an answer. And as we continue to train Mia, we'll give her data sets, we'll give her ways to think about how to combine different data sets to arrive at that conclusion. So that includes things like the tree data. Okay, so here's tree data in Coral Gables. It shows the different trees, right? You click on a tree and it gives you information about that tree, right? This is useful. But as you can see, there's certain points, as Gino pointed out, where there's some gaps in the trees. There's gaps in the trees. And visually, we can look at this and identify, and also computationally, the machine can take this spatial data and identify it as well. So eventually, Mia will not just give you a high-level plan for where to plant the trees, but also identify exact points within a certain geographical region. And we'll build out interfaces for these type of things that are necessary for identifying these things. Let's
go over the answers and see what the quality is, if you agree with the answers. So it's, hey Mia, what are the top neighborhoods that need trees planted in Miami? And the answer is determine the top neighborhoods that need trees planted in Miami. Blah, blah, blah. Number one, analyze existing tree canopy coverage. That seems legit.
That's legit.
It cites its sources. Number two, access urban heat island effect. It's a great idea.
Yeah.
Number three, consider air quality, focus on neighborhoods with high traffic volume.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Number four, evaluate access to green spaces. Prioritize neighborhood with limited access. Number
Right.
5, focus on vulnerable populations such as elderly. And the last summary, by analyzing these factors in GIS tools, can create a ranked list of neighborhoods in Miami. That's actually a great answer.
Yeah.
And then how did you get to this point? Was there multiple prompts, or how did you get to such a high quality answer?
So initially we started this by telling Mia to look at data sets from Miami-Dade County, right? Use that as a starting point. Do not go outside of that box. And then also include adjacent counties, right? Palm Beach and Broward. So we start there, and then we
So is that
prompt her
considered
to.
prompt engineering, or what is that? What you did?
Yes.
What is that? What is that called? What you did?
This is a large language model that is running currently for this iteration. So large language models are language. So you give it language that it can interpret and obey, right? So I say, do this, and it says, okay, I'll do that. So
out of the box, if you didn't do that, what would have been the quality of the answer?
the quality of the answer will be different, because I also told the machine to you're an environmental expert. Act as an environmental expert, okay? Versus just in general, give me a general a broad response.
It's awesome. It's almost like I play a doctor on TV type situation.
Yeah, right.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, exactly.
Awesome.
So this time, right? So as time goes on, we'll train it more, and as our internal team and our eco warriors begin to use it, and use Mia. At the same time as you use it, you say, "Hey, Mia, this is good, but try this way," right? We can allow that feedback now, and then once we're comfortable with it internally, we can give it out to everyone to know and know that it's quality.
It's great, man. So you deserve a knighting for that.
Thank you. Nice.
Wonderful, wonderful. Yeah, I didn't know that you were investing. You're gonna live forever on your webs.
Long after the eyes banned by President Elon Musk.
Yeah, right.
I mean, if Simpson said it can happen, it can happen. Do you want to go over the chart? Like maybe, yeah, go over the chart about what we did.
Well, I don't know.
I mean, maybe this section of the trees, or
Yeah.
I just want to showcase that we've actually accomplished something.
This is, I don't want to.
So who wants to want to interview him? Yes, you want to interview him, but he's got the other sword.
Okay. Would you like to explain this chart and some of the things that we went over today?
Absolutely. So, as our guru, Genius Boy, talked about, there's still some gaps. Our next steps here are to really optimize the geospatial query, try to identify gaps, particularly around canopy, and also come up with real-time suggestions around the heat island effect, as well as still gives priorities of hydrology and climate risk. And with that, on the ground, we'll be identifying pilot sites, but then we'll be comparing those pilot sites to what GPT starts telling us falls within the priority lists. And it'll take some time to optimize this prompt, but I imagine that Astro Protocol and some of Latifu's works on GeoNFTs might actually offer a bit of an architecture for geospatial querying. I think querying is going to be tough, but that's a challenge. Yes.
Yeah, and then we also have plastics and ocean efforts.
Yeah, and as we heard today, I forget your name, brother, but Garrett. Between the plastic cleanups and the tree planting, there's a lot of shared similarities around how to effectively pay stewardship and pay citizens for this. So we'll try to see how we can scale this architecture to the overall Miami.
Cool, and then it is 12:38 a.m. So how did you feel that you worked so hard, or why did you work so hard and spend a whole weekend doing this?
Yeah, you know what? It's the end of the hour, but I feel like the work is barely getting started. So I'm already thinking about the next few months here. I'm motivated, and I think the rest of the team is too. And time to wake up tomorrow and come at it again.
Yeah, I like to think of it as not working, and we're creators, and we're creating this planet together, and we want to see it evolve. So it kind of takes, I feel like when we say work, we're like, oh, we're working, and that brings like an automatic draining feeling, whereas, wow, we're like getting to create the future and the planet in the way that we want to see it become by, cleaning up the messes of our ancestors and evolving into not just human beings, but humans creating and humans, making beautiful things out of what we have and re-energizing, recreating our planet.
Cheers.
Well, we'll thanks you. I thank you.
Great. That was really good. Woo!